that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Black screen. You've thrown me off the game already. Unbelievable. We can't even get started before I blow it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Great to have you. It's October 18th. I am, of course, as mentioned, Rob Brown, that guy over there in charge of the radio broadcast this day and all days. He, of course, is the great one, Lonzo. We are ever so glad to have you along for the ride. We've got a lot of stuff to get to. And I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like out of the gate, like hi, fun, yeah, jokes. Here's what I did yesterday. Here's what I'm doing tomorrow. Haha, we all had a great time.
He's not eating solid food right now. So,
dude.
so that's how this is going to be.
I'm going to go ahead and warn you. Today, I'm going to be on one. Tomorrow, I am going to be on one, my dudes.
Did you have some broth this AM?
I've had nothing because on the whole drive here, I was super excited about it. I was super excited about getting here and knocking back one of my breakfast granola bars before I remembered, nope, I can't have seeds, nuts, or corn today. All right? So I'm going to go ahead and warn you in advance. I might kick a wall and break my foot because I'm going to be very emotionally disturbed for the next 72 hours.
Well, who does that? I mean, come on.
And we're coming to that here in a minute. But for those of you that don't know what the hell are they talking about right now? I will be off on Friday. I'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's show is going to be busy because we got to do all the Friday stuff on Thursday while also doing all the Thursday stuff. So tomorrow I'm going to give you the weekend quad box. I'm going to go clock in and lock in tomorrow with my favorite bets of the weekend. We'll also have Emily Adams. We'll also have Rashad Beard. We'll also have Fight Club. So tomorrow's going to be very busy, but I'm also going to tell you the reason that I'm out on Friday, because, hey, I let you guys into my personal life all the time. Why stop now when it's weird for all of you? On Friday morning, your boy will be taking a few minutes out of his very busy life to get his colonoscopy done. Fellas, hopefully that's not what it sounds like. Fellas, listen to me. Get that done, all right? Please, I'm asking you nicely, get that done. For those of you that do not know me or my backstory, and why would you? Who the hell cares about me? My old man, I lost my old man to colon cancer. I ended up spreading to more of his body, and that was the real big problem. But I ended up losing my old man to colon cancer. But he got checked, and they found it early enough that they were able to add years onto his life because of that, because of the early detection. So I know that it's not something that we all get excited about. I promise you I'm not building my whole day around. I am building my whole day around it because it's not like I can do anything else. But get it done, all right? Don't hurt yourself, man. Get it done. Go through the process. Let them make sure that you are clear and clean. And if something is going on, give them an opportunity to detect it early so that you give yourself your best chance to have the best life you can have. All right. So that's what I'm doing Friday. I'm getting turned into a, what do you call it? The puppets, ventriloquism dummy. That's what I'm doing Friday morning. So I'll be out on Friday. There is no Burns game Friday night. We're on the bye this week, fortunately, because that would have been a real awkward game to call. But I will be out on Friday getting that done, fellas. I'm asking you to do the same. Go get that done. Take care of it. And also, don't kick hard things when you're mad. Maybe.
Also, really quick, Cole Bryson will be sitting in Friday.
Yes, he will.
Unfortunately.
Yes, he will. I'm very excited for you and Cole Bryson.
Yeah, 4 hours of that.
That's going to be fun, man. You guys are going to.
It's going to be fun for everybody but me. So, I mean,
for the record, if you'd like to trade places,
I've been there. I've done that. Except when I went, they went in both ways. So
not have to go that direction unless they find something. Then they'll have to redo the whole thing.
I had to have an endoscopy also.
Oof, at the same time
because I was dude, you're asleep. I
Yeah, it's
mean,
true. You probably-
you do end up
Can I tell you what my biggest fear is?
sore in places that you're like, why does that hurt there?
Let me tell you what my biggest fear is. The biggest fear is this. The fiance is taking the day off because she's going to, she's going to drive me there. She's going to bring me home after the procedure. They basically told me, like, here's the deal. You come in, you fill out your paperwork. We're going to put you under. You get some mild anesthesia. We're going to put you under. When you wake up, you're going to, chill for a minute, get your life back together. Then we're going to put you in the car. We're going to send you home and you just sleep it off, right? Just sleep off the rest of the day. And I was like, all right, that's fine, whatever. I got to tell you what the biggest fear is. The biggest fear is not discomfort. The biggest fear, I don't care about it. Like, I'm like, my masculinity's fine. They got to do what they got to do. And I'd rather know if something's wrong so I can start working on it now than way down the line. The biggest fear that I have, and I can say this now because I know she's not going to be listening now, which is why I'm going to say it now and not down the line.
Yeah, because no one would tell her or anything. No one would do that.
I mean, listen, if one of y'all want to be a snitch, be a snitch. All right.
You know what that gets you, man.
That's
Just
exactly
saying.
right.
Just saying.
We don't play. We don't play around here. The biggest fear I have is not the procedure itself. The biggest fear I have is not the fact that in about 36 hours from now, I will be trapped in a bathroom in an unending cycle of cleansing, if you will. The biggest fear that I have is what I'm going to say and do when coming out from underneath the anesthesia, right? Because there's this fun game that people on the internet like to play now where they film people as they come back from the anesthesia, as they go through the system's reboot and everything starts coming back online. There's this fascination now with filming people coming out from the anesthesia because the filter between your brain and your mouth is effectively cut off and your brain's not exactly thinking at its clearest. And I know her, and she's going to think it's hilarious to throw a phone camera in my face as I come back from the anesthesia and ask me dumb questions and get my reaction and share them on the internet.
All right. So
and here's the thing. I can't tell her not to do that because if I say don't do it and she hadn't thought about doing it, she's going to instantly do it.
I think you're speaking this. I think you want this to happen because you've been talking about this an awful lot off the air and now on the air. I think you want her to do it because it just sounds to me like you want to know what you're going to say.
Why would I want that?
So as you say, no filter. What? Like anyone could tell. I mean, off the air. I mean, the biggest filter you have is in the office with me.
Correct.
And I've, been outside the office and heard conversations that I've not been in and hear what it's like to you not have a filter. And
I don't think you understand what I mean by the word filter. I'm not talking about not saying dirty words.
Yeah.
I don't care about that. All right. For those of you who haven't met me in public, I say bad words. I do my best to filter myself around Lonzo. What I'm talking about is the people there's a video going around that's very popular right now of it's a guy who was filming his wife as she was coming out from anesthesia and she doesn't know who he is. She's like, wow, you're really cute. And then he hits on her and she starts blushing and then he kisses her and she loses her mind. That's adorable, right? That is totally adorable. It was a super cute little video. You're like, what a lucky guy. Because that guy now knows in his heart that after as long as they've been married, she still finds him handsome. She still finds him attractive. That's fantastic. That's a great thing. There are also some horrific videos out there of people saying things about long lost loves to their wife or to their husband.
All right. You could actually turn into Kevin. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, you don't want to be Kevin
exactly.
when you come out of anesthesia.
I might say, listen, I don't want anesthesia. I'm just saying, I don't want the anesthesia to make me say something that my mama's going to be mad at, my fiance is going to be mad at, my executive producer is going to be mad at. You know what I mean? Because it's one of those things that when you're coming out, your brain doesn't have the wherewithal to go, hey, don't say that thing that you're thinking right now because you'll tick somebody off and you don't want to do that. Right? It's just say the thing, Rob, say the thing, say the thing, say the thing, say the thing. You remember that thing that she did that was real embarrassing that you both swore you would never talk about in public, tell the whole hospital right now. Say it to all of them. And I'm not trying to do that, man.
It sounds like that there's a lot of skeletons there that you're afraid of letting
it's just
out.
goofy stuff.
Yeah, well,
there's just goofy stuff. And I'm like,
I told you off the air when I came out of anesthesia last time I had a procedure, apparently I said some things that had everyone in there dying laughing and made my wife leave the room. I don't know what I said. She won't tell me what I said. You know what? I really don't want to know. But I'm glad that everyone there was entertained. I mean, you know. All
right. Texas says, tell her she can film it, but she can't put it online. Fair compromise. I don't want her to have that. Texter said, sports ? Yes, of course. It's a sports show.
Matt.
We got 4 hours.
Ray.
We got 4 hours.
Ray, my dude. It's like 6:11. I didn't know you got up this early, right?
Texter said, Rob, did you kill someone or something? Dude.
I know you are really worried about this. And it's like you're in witness protection or something.
You're telling me.
Did you evade actually being Florida man? I mean, because those guys usually make it on in the news.
I'm not going to ask Alonso this because we already know the answer. All right. But you're telling me, Texter, there's not something in your past. I'm not talking about murder, you psychopath.
There's something in everyone's past. Come on.
That there's not some. I'm not talking. I don't understand why you people have to run to Rob did the crimes. No, I'm saying there's a lot of embarrassing stuff from my past that has been laid to rest, right? That I don't necessarily want turned into a lulz on the internet. All right, that's all. I'm not saying I murdered anybody. I've never robbed a bank. I've never run anybody over with a car. I'm just saying I've been embarrassed in the past that I would like to not deal with that again. Texture says, quote from RB, I buried the body at these coordinates. I didn't murder anybody. All right?
You know,
and I've never had to say that sentence before, but here we are.
Most accessories say I didn't do it, but they were there and they, maybe drove the vehicle or.
I've never been involved in a murder directly or indirectly. Here's the point, people. All right, can everybody just calm the hell down for a second? I'm saying if there is embarrassing stuff, there is stuff that you've done and said and engaged in the past that maybe you don't want to blab to a hospital full of strangers. All right, I'm done with this. You guys have taken something.
But they're not strangers. They're all fans of the Rob Brown Show.
Fun little conversation about the reality of my next 48 hours, and you have turned it, you have just ruined it, listeners. So let's just go back to sports. When we come back, yesterday, Shane gave a revelation about maybe why he was in such a salty mood after the loss against Florida. Don't worry, we're not going to talk about anything but sports for the next 4 hours. No fun.
That's a lie.
No shenanigans.
That's a lie.
No goofing off. Does Shane Beamer have the temperament to run a college football? I'm even going to do it clickbait style. I'm even going to do it in Rage Radio style because that's what y'all want.
That's already been done.
Does Shane have the shut up, Lonzo? This is what we're doing now. All right.
Oh, we're going to act like we're somebody else?
Yeah. That's what we're doing here. It's just Rage Radio.
I'm out of that prison. I don't want to go back to that prison. So no.
When we come back, I'm going to say inflammatory things about Shane Beamer so that you people yell at me. That's coming up next on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we got a live read. We'll be right back. Halloween. Don't wait until the long lines. Don't wait. All right, dudes and dudettes, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Good morning, Kevin, Patrick, Joe, everybody up in here. I know Trey's listening already.
QC in the first break.
Right.
Next break.
In the next break?
Yes.
Shane Beamer doesn't have the temperament or the mentality. He should be fired. He should be shipped to the gulag. Get him out of here. He's a joke. He's pathetic. South Carolina, your team's bad. Your university's bad. Your program's bad. You should be embarrassed. You should never wear garnet and black again.
Hashtag all in.
No, but for real, though, Shane Beamer broke his foot kicking something because he was mad. So yesterday,
I do find it funny that there are people making fun of it or calling attention to, like, they've never lashed out in anger when I've seen them do it. That's all I'm saying.
Let's
Yeah.
play the audio. Yesterday in his press conference, Shane Beamer admitted maybe just a little bit why he was not in such a great mood when he sat down to do the press conference on Saturday after the game. Here's what he said.
I broke my foot on Saturday, so I'd rather just get it out there and say it and not have y'all speculating. And then after the game on Saturday in Missouri, you ask. I called Coach Tanner, told him, make sure he was okay with it, and he died laughing when I told him. So obviously there's not a lot of empathy from him. It was after the game, and certainly that was a gut-wrenching emotional loss, and I was frustrated and kicked something that I shouldn't have kicked, and thought I was okay, but adrenaline of the game wore off. And before anybody starts the narrative like the head football coach is frustrated and lost his poise and all that, no, I care. And I care about these kids, and I was really upset on Saturday night because I didn't do enough to help them get over the hump and win the football game. So don't think I have to have surgery, but there is a broken bone in my foot. It hurts like you know what, but, I've got to show toughness and fight through it. The problem will be not being on any kind of pain medication. We'll be like faking punts from the 2-yard line on 4th and 30 because I'll be loopy if I'm on pain medicine. So we got to make sure that I fight through no pain medicine and I'm focused and can make calls. But no, I'm good. We got a great medical team here, and like I told the players, don't condone it. Not saying that it's okay to kick things after a game. Feel bad as a dad. My kids saw me and they're like, "What the heck?" So lesson learned. Stupid on my part.
So first off, the concept of giving a coach pain meds and letting him coach through it is hysterical. All right. Now I got to tell you,
there are some coaches where you think, hey, maybe
there have been Mario Cristobal might have been on pain meds at the end of the Georgia Tech Miami game for sure. All right. There are like when I get home from said procedure on Friday, now I just want to fire up Madden and see what happens. Right. Like, just let me coach. I think that it's a couple of different thoughts I had when I heard this, right? I would say on one thing, yeah, I kind of expect better emotional control out of somebody that is tasked with leading college men to be better people, right? Like, we all like to sit here and pretend that we all believe that a coach's job is to make football players better people, right? I want them to be great players, but I want them to be better men. And it's like, all right, dude, I'm kind of tired.
I don't know what kind of coaches you had.
We all pretend that coaches at the highest level of D1 football are supposed to crank out good football players, but better men. That's a cliche I've been hearing as long as I've been doing this, and it's cute and it's fun. It's an ideal.
Bobby Knight.
But the reality here is none of us believe that in real life. All right. It might be one of those things that you get guys on microphones that are trying to, there's not much I love more than listening to coaches give speeches to rooms full of dudes, right? Like, there was a very, very high level football coach about, 10 years ago. I worked for a philanthropic group down in Destin. And we had a keynote speaker come up that was a very high-level college football coach. And I spent about 6 hours with him before he gave the speech, right? Like, I was effectively public relations for this philanthropic group. That was my skill set. And I spent all day with this coach. And this coach was, Lonzo, and I believe this is the scientific term. It comes from a Latin term, an a-hole. All day. He was a jackass to everybody. And then he gets on the mic at the keynote speech. And he's like, it's one of my core values to treat people with kindness and compassion. And I'm like, dude, you suck. You're a jerk, man. Like, basically, this coach was a guy that was nice to you as long as you could do something for him, as long as you could make his life better, right? This was a dude that if you came up to him and you said, hey, coach, I'm a booster of your school, then you were his totes BFF. But if you weren't that, if you were just some dude, he didn't have time for you. He had nothing for you. I watched him not once, not twice, not three, but 4 times that day when we were out going from, because the day started early. We had a breakfast for the members of the group with the coach. Then we had like 2 different autograph signings. Then he had a book signing at a bookstore in town that his team put on the schedule. But we were like, yeah, we'll take him there. We'll get him hooked up. It was like an hour-long book signing. And then we went here and then we went there. And I watched throughout the course of the day. I watched this guy just straight up walk right past people. They'd be like, coach! And he would just walk right by him, nothing. And then he gets on the mic. You know, it's a core value of mine to treat people with compassion and kindness. I think everyone is my mom taught me to treat the janitor the same way you treat the CEO. And I'm like, dude, you're full of boat, my guy.
Sounds like a politician.
Yeah, you're full of crap. I literally have spent the last 7 hours with you. You are full of crap, man. So as long as you get rid of that mindset, that mentality that coaches have a responsibility to crank out good. No, they have a responsibility to crank out wins. I have for years leaned on Randy Shannon at Miami. Randy Shannon at Miami had Miami turned into a program with, for the first time, some character and integrity, right? They had the lowest arrest rate of any of the schools in the state of Florida. They had the highest graduation rate that school ever had. You know what else they had? Like back-to-back 7-5 records. You know what happened to Randy Shannon? Caught the axe, man. Caught the hook. He was gone. Later. Thanks for trying, bud. So as long as you put to rest this belief that coaches somehow aren't emotional driven beings, right? And the other aspect of this is you don't make it to Shane Beamer's level if you are not going all in on the passion, on the energy, on the drive. I promise. You don't make it to that level if you're not the dude that is infuriated by little mistakes. I'll tell you another thing that I noticed about the multiple top-level coaches I've worked with throughout this career in various aspects. They don't take too kindly to mistakes. They just don't. The number of coaches I watched somebody in their camp make a mistake and they were like, hey, don't worry about it, buddy. Everything's going to be fine. It's not real high. They get aggravated. They get agitated. Anything that stops them from reaching whatever their goal is, they get furious about more often than they don't. So I'm not surprised by that. None of this out of Shane Beamer surprises me. He kicked something. He broke his foot. All right. I will say this. Do I think it's a little silly and over the top? Yeah. Of course I do. I think kicking something so hard you break your foot is a sign of a lack of maturity. I'm not going to argue that. I'm also not going to tell you I haven't done it. I'm not going to tell you I haven't punched a brick wall before, because I did. Now, it was pretty dramatic. I lost my dad the same day. So I was in a not the greatest mental state. Right? It wasn't like I lost the game and punched a wall. I lost my dad. I was furious. I punched a brick wall. I broke my hand. It happens. All right? Do I think it's a good thing? No. Do I think it's something that let me put it this way. You know what Shane has to live with? I don't particularly care about anything else. Because no, we don't hire football coaches to crank out super good dudes. We hire football coaches to crank out wins. That's it. And we need to stop pretending that it's anything else. We want them to win and we don't care about anything else. Urban Meyer. You understand? There are multiple football programs right now. I read on a message board a week or two ago I've told you the thing that Lonzo said that has surprised me the most in the year and a half we've worked together on this radio broadcast now, or 2, or however long it's been. The thing that has been 3, good Lord.
It will be in December.
Golly.
Yeah.
In the 3 years we've worked together, the thing that surprised me the most was when Lonzo told me that if Ryan Day loses to Michigan again, he'll get fired. Forget playoff appearances. Forget 11-1s. Forget all that. If he loses to Michigan 3 times in a row, he'll get canned. And it blew my mind. And so every now and then I like to check in on the Ohio State message board bros to see how they're doing. And a while back, I saw somebody confirm that if Ryan Day loses to Michigan in rivalry week this year, that not only do they want him gone, but that they want Urban Meyer back, right? People still want Urban Meyer. So don't tell me we want good, hardworking, productive members of society out of football coaches. We want wins. So I don't particularly care about this, but I'll tell you what Shane Beamer's going through right now. I'm not a dad, but I had one. All right. I was very fortunate. I had a great one. And my old man, I think, would have told you the only things that he regretted in his life were when he set a bad example for his kids. Shane's got kids. Do you think if Shane's son or daughter or whoever comes home and got a bad grade at school and kicks a wall or kicks a trash can across the kitchen or whatever, that Shane's going to go, great job, kid? That's how we express our anger. No, I promise you, there is nothing that you or me or anybody else is going to say that is going to hurt Shane Beamer as much as the fact that he set a bad example for his kid. I assume maybe he's cool with his kids kicking the dog. I don't know. Maybe he's cool with his kids punching a hole in the wall. I don't know. I doubt it.
Come on.
I doubt it.
Don't say stuff like that because people will be, I heard Rob Brown say.
Well, then they're idiots because that's not what I said.
Well, there are some not very
idiots.
bright people.
What
I
said was, we can sit here and break this down all day, right? I heard goofy radio host down in Alabama who brings the lowest of the low of the common denominator of sports talk to the radio and gets paid millions of dollars to cover the SEC every year. And he goes, if Shane would have shown that much passion in the football game, maybe they'd have beat the Gators. Like, is this the dumbest take I've ever heard? Yeah. You think they lost that game because Shane wasn't trying? That's the dumbest thing I've heard, and I've heard some pretty dumb stuff. Stupid take. Guy who gets paid millions of dollars a year to do this. Stupid take. All right? Shane's team played bad. There are some coaching reasons Shane Beamer's team played bad. I have told you from the beginning, there are 2 reasons that South Carolina lost that game.
A portion of the team played bad.
A portion of the team played bad. I mean, it's still the team. I don't need to get into the semantics here. The team played poorly down the stretch. All right? Chalk it up to whatever portions of the team you won. The team played poorly down the stretch. And I've already said on the record that I think the team played poorly because of some bad coaching decisions. I'll stand on that. I think Beamer's coaching staff failed on Saturday. Does that mean they are failures? No. Does that mean they can't do anything but fail? No. It just means on this one occasion, they failed. We all turn in a bad performance every now and then. Even me and Lonzo. Sometimes we have bad shows. Sometimes, like once, maybe twice a year, we have a bad show. And Lonzo can attest, there have been shows that I storm out of this office and I go, I don't throw, but maybe like aggressively set down the laptop. And I got to go outside for a minute. Because if I don't, I'm going to kick something. Because I failed, and I do not like to fail.
It was my fault. I have that effect on people.
Whatever the reasoning.
Steve, that's not a denial.
Whatever the reasoning, there are days when I'm infuriated by my performance or the performance of the show or whatever. That doesn't mean I walk down and the boss goes, you don't have the temperament to do this. To decide that this one dumb decision in a moment where I think a lot of us would say, and I'm fine with this. I would say last Saturday's game, on the list of failures that Shane Beamer has experienced since he started at South Carolina, top 3. I'd say this is the top 3. Because there are other games where the team lost, but I wouldn't say it was a failure. I'd say they were up against a team that was better than them, or they were very early in Shane's career. I'm not panicked. Losing at Mizzou 2 years ago, that was not a game that I was like, oh, that was a failure. That was a decent Missouri team, and you were on the road. Losing to Mizzou last year. Y'all, look at what Missouri is right now. Maybe they got something cooking in the other Columbia, right? Those aren't failures. Those are a better football team beat you. Saturday was a failure. I'm not going to call it anything else. But to take Shane kicked something and broke his foot and turn it into he's a mental midget. He's a baby with a temper tantrum. He can't do this. Y'all, that's a bad take. It's a bad take. It's an exaggerative take. It's an over-the-top take. It's a take designed to get attention. He kicked something and broke his foot. If you have never had a moment where you had an outburst, good on you, top 1%. But the majority of normal people do. A normal person can't do Shane Beamer's job. I'm not arguing that they can. But I'm saying if you are taking that moment and you are turning it into he can't do this job because of emotion, I got news for you about pretty much every college football coach ever. Pretty much every college athletics coach ever. Emotion is what drives competition. If you don't have an emotion that makes you want to compete at the highest level, you can't. You know who else was a jerk? You know who else did dumb stuff all the time? Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, all the greats. It's what drives them to that level. It's something that we don't have. It's something we are incapable of doing. That's why they're the elite, that elite stage of humanity, and we're us. The thought that Shane broke his foot means he can't be a good coach is frankly, respectfully, silly. It's a silly take. I don't know what else to tell you. Let's take a break. We're back after this. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Your reactions, 844-326-3663. MadWorldAttractions.com. Text line 71307. Start that text with FAM. We're back after this on The Rob Brown Show. All right, guys, stay right there. Another live read, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Sorry, we've been off quite a bit this morning as far as the stream goes, but you know. Didn't see anything about flickering lights, but you know, they have LEDs. One of my set of LEDs went bad yesterday on my display. So I mean, it can happen in a big area, and the fair was going on. So I mean,
the fair was going on. Yeah. I saw what everybody was talking about. There are about 20 different camera angles of that exact play from people's cell phones in the stands. The lights did not flicker in the stadium. All right, I saw about 20 different. I'm dead serious, because once that take started going around, because people on TV saw it, and I got no problem with looking at it on TV and being like, okay, we got to find out what happened here. But there's a bunch of angles on. I'll see if I can find one and play them for you. There's a bunch of angles on it. The lights did not flicker in the stadium. I've got somebody who was there who told me the lights did not flicker in the stadium. So morning, boyos. Happy hump day. Why do we as humans choose to punch or kick things that will hurt us? Why not something to Because in the moment that you decide that the best course of action, Skrilla, is to punch or kick something, your brain's already off. You have clicked back into primal response mode. That is the lizard brain internal warrior inside of you deciding that it is my time to take over, because thinking and logic and ration has already failed. So violence is the next answer, either fight or flight. And at that point, you're not thinking, you're just acting.
I think clearer when I'm angry. So I just, it's weird. But I have never thought, I am so mad that I'm going to punch this wall, or I'm going to kick this thing. I just, you know, a person, that's totally different. You know, the person who made me mad enough to maybe, but there's this part of me that doesn't like pain and goes, nah, that's a bad idea. I did punch the ceiling playing a boxing game. I don't know if that counts, but.
All right. I guess technically this is all sports adjacent now, because to me, Shane broke his foot kicking something after an L it's not a story to me. All right. Like, it's not a story. It's a dumb thing.
It's worth a segment.
I think
mean,
it's fine
yeah.
worth a segment. I think to turn it into it's just my personal take. Everybody's different. Everybody's going to run their thing a different way. But to me, it's not a story, man. A guy got frustrated. He failed at his job. He got mad. Skrilla said, why do we as humans choose to punch or kick things that will hurt us? I think this is an experience that a lot of us have had. I've done it. Zoe's done it. We've all done it. Not all, but like 90% of us probably have done it, right? Here's why we do it in my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion. Because when you fail and you get to that stage mentally, you are no longer, the thinking part of your brain has shut down. The primal lizard brain, the primal ape brain, the little leftover ancient bits of evolution that are still there, click on. You basically hit fight or flight, right? You have two options. You can either run from, once you've failed and you can't fix it, right? And I don't care if it's at your job, in your relationship, in an interaction, in a social environment, whatever. Once you fail, and the failure is complete, there is nothing you can do to fix it, right? You have failed. It is over. None of us like failure, right? I don't care how much of a loser you are. None of us like failure. Even losers don't like to fail. What they dislike more is the process it takes to correct it. But when you fail, in the moment that failure is complete, there is nothing you can do. When the final whistle blows, the game is over, the score is in the record books, and no matter how hard you work, you can't get it back. There's a little part of your brain in the back that clicks on. And you have two options. You either run from the failure or you fight the failure. Now, there's nothing you can do about the failure itself, so you pick something else. But when that part of your brain clicks on, that part of your brain goes, the thinking logic, the modern contemporary ape inside of me has failed. There is only one more option, fight or flight, right? And that part of your brain takes over. So then you take that to a football field. Lonzo, if I ask you to describe the game of football in a single adjective, one word, what would that word be?
Violence.
Yes. It's a violent game. Now, you got to be smart to play it. You got to be smart to coach it. You got to be smart to play it. I don't care what position you play. I have said for years, you know who the smartest guys in the NFL are? Left tackles. It has been proven time and time again. We all talk about the quarterback being cerebral, but left tackles and left guards are the smartest guys in the league. Do you know why? Because with a quarterback, basically, they may have 6 or 7 or 8 different rules on any given play and assignments they got to check through. But at the end of the day, that's a thing. If the safety drops, I do this. If he comes up, I do this. If he goes left, I do this. If he goes right, I do that. And he's got to memorize a bunch of stuff, but it's memorization. A left tackle, the rules are the rules as well, but his guys are hitting him. So he's got to have all these things and be engaged in physical conflict when he's thinking it out. Football is an inherently violent sport. You do have to be smart to succeed, but it's violent. And no matter how smart you are, when you start getting hit hard and a lot, that lizard brain clicks in. When you're a coach and you're around this and you're watching your guys out there getting smoked, and you've also got all these different thoughts going on in your head because a coach can't just go play by play. A coach is playing chess, right? It's not just, what is this play? A coach is thinking 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 plays in advance. I'm using the screen to set up this play, and I'm going to use that play to set up this play. And if that play works, then I got to go here. But if that play fails, then I'm going to move over here. And if we do that, then I got to go special teams. Okay, do I fake pitch? Do I fake punt? Do I run it up? There's all this stuff, and it's all jammed in. And then when the final whistle blows, click, it's over. You're done. There's nothing you can do. So that lizard part of the brain is going to take over. This, to me, says nothing about Shane Beamer's temperament as a man. I don't know the guy personally. Friend of the show? Sure. We've had him on. Love it. We'll do it again. But I don't think any of us despite rumors to the contrary, know this guy enough to go, this is his character. This is his personality. As I said earlier, when I was telling the story about the coach that I spent time with, the very high-level coach, you all know him by name. When I spent time with him, I got told by a lot of fans of his school, oh, he's this, he's happy, he's this, he's that, he's the other. And then I hung out with him behind the scenes. It was like me, him, and like 2 or 3 other people. A guy or two from his staff, a guy or two from mine. And I promise you, he was nothing like his fans thought he was. He was nothing like his fans believed he was because they put on an act. And of course, it's sunshine and rainbows about your guy. That's why Florida fans to this day will defend Urban Meyer as if he was a saint. We all know he's a turd. We all know Urban's a turd. But they'll defend him with their lives. Why? Why? Because he was their turd, right? So I don't think any of us know the temperament. We get, not only do we get glimpses, but we get choreographed, rehearsed glimpses of guys. Coaches have PR teams. They all do. They have PR teams that teach them how to go through a press conference. Hey, coach, if a reporter says this, trying to get your goat, here's the process you go through to make sure that you don't say anything that fans the flames unless you want to. I did it in radio for years. I still do it. There are still times that in my head I go 1, 2, 3 before I talk because I want to give my brain a second to just settle down. It is all rehearsed. It's choreography. Press conferences, choreography. They have these things. They know what they're doing. They've got psychologists for this kind of stuff, I promise. So Shane kicking a wall or a desk or whatever, I think Lonzo and I have one big question out of this.
What did he kick?
What did you kick, dude?
Yeah, what did he kick?
That's all I care about.
Yeah.
What'd you kick? Did you kick a helmet? Did you kick a wall? And it's really nothing more than curiosity. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
Also, it depends on what bone that he broke in his foot. I've had
Did you break a toe?
I've had a broken bone. I've had broken
Yeah.
toes in my foot. So it just depends on, a lot of times it's just nagging.
Yeah. Like I've broken multiple toes multiple times. I've also broken the bone inside of your foot.
Yeah.
The toes are like, it sucks, but it's not the worst because you can compensate. You can walk on your heel, keep the pressure off. A broken bone inside your foot, it sucks a lot. So yeah, I mean, I've got questions. They're all curiosity and nothing else. Like they don't impact me. Is this something that I think we can extrapolate into? Shane's a mental midget and he can't do it. No, that's a stupid thing. That's a dumb take. Did he overreact? Yeah, I would say he'd overreact. I think he would tell you he overreacted. I think he did tell you he overreacted. Like I said, to me, the biggest thing Shane's got to deal with right now is he's got to have a conversation with his kids and go, Dad overreacted. That's not how we handle anger. And I think that's a fine conversation to have. I absolutely think this is a wonderful moment for Shane Beamer to have a conversation about the ability to handle anger. But y'all, it's football. It's football. The greatest football players of all time defensively all played angry. Right? Look at the greatest coaches in football. None of them are described as jolly. Is Bill Belichick a jolly, happy soul? Nope. Was Jimmy Johnson? Not when he had a headset on. Is Nick Saban a jolly, happy soul? Hell no.
I see Ditka in my head right now. That dude
Yeah,
looks
so do I.
angry, chewing the gum. Just
Sending all my draft picks away for Ricky Williams. Me too. I see Ditka a lot.
Man, don't kick anything.
Here's the thing. He made a dumb decision out of anger. It was a silly decision. I promise you it's a decision that he regrets.
You know,
He failed a lot. Lonzo, don't kick anything.
oh man,
Don't kick
I
anything.
stink at this. No, I would never kick the equipment because then Chris would have to fix it. He didn't have to tell anybody. You know,
Yeah.
he didn't have to come out and tell anybody.
I mean, depending on where it happened, like if somebody saw it or whatever, no. Like I said, I think it's a great opportunity here for Shane Beamer to have a conversation about, controlling your anger, controlling your rage. It's what we in the business would call A teachable moment. Okay? But outside of that, does this say Shane can't be this level? No, dude, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Mr. Chase, can we go to break?
Sure. I have to tinkle. Lonzo is about to provide to you, ladies and gentlemen, the lucky members of the 6 o'clock hour listening audience, some of the biggest stories in sports in our Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. And then we're back for hour 2 after this. Lonzo, it's all yours.
Except for that one guy who wants the old sports guy back. You know, I'd like that guy. You know, bring that guy back. The Phillies look unbeatable as they downed Arizona 10-2 and took a 2-0 lead over the Diamondbacks last night. Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber hit home runs, while 7 different Phillies recorded an RBI in the win. Notre Dame Athletic Director Jack Swarbrick said yesterday that if college athletics wants to solve its NIL problems, it may need a collective bargaining agreement with student athletes. In a Senate meeting yesterday, NCAA President Charlie Baker said the group may need to be deemed employees to make that happen. Sounds familiar. Tune in tomorrow night at 7:30 for Thursday Night Football as the Jags take on the Saints right here on your home for the NFL, the Fan Upstate. That's us. More another big hour, 2 big hours, 3 big hours of the Rob Brown Show still to come right here on Fan Upstate.
Do 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 do. Time for the water cooler. Cheat sheet. He spit in the cooler. I hope Shane's PR crew doesn't miss the chance to have him do a Bobby Boucher parody. I mean, he should do something like that. I think that would be hilarious. Mike Leach must have had the best PR guy. I'm a man. I'm 40. College football history. I love this commercial at 7 o'clock in the morning. I can't go out. I'm busy.
itching and scratching? It's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. The Fan. WYRD Linville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD Drake Greenville.
W249DL Greenville.
Yeah, you got to pace yourself, Steven. I mean, you know, it's not, especially if you have trouble waking up.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can't get that fired off fast enough today, can you?
Hey, you know, talk again. You're missing it. You get in there before me, I won't hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show. Last thing I'm going to say on the Beamer thing, then I'm done with it. All right? I'm done with it. I'm over it. Texas said, saying coaches have to be angry to be successful is a very old way of thinking. Plenty of coaches are clearly happy people nowadays. No, I said historically, coaches are not always. I'm not saying they can't be happy.
People.
I loved
holding hands.
some Mike Leach. All right. I would argue my favorite coaches are happy. Yesterday, Lonzo and I watched a compilation tape of Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins. The dude is an absolutely enormous
dork.
And I love him. I love him. He literally said into his headset, "Oh, y'all weren't going to tell me it's a 5 wide? LOL." Like he said LOL to a coaching staff of grown-ass men.
Yeah, he's one of ours. He's
one of us.
Very snarky.
He is very Rob Brown Show OOU. All right? Love the guy. Love a nerd. What I'm saying is having anger is not a bad thing. Right? Like the opposite is true too. Saying coaches have to be happy now, have to be cheery, chipper, hi, it's sports, is not true either.
Nope.
People attack things different ways. This is part of the reason there is recruiting. Kids get to choose what kind of coach they want to play under. Some kids respond better to anger. Some kids respond better to pleasantness. Some people need somebody who is well-rounded and in the middle. The point I'm saying is going out there and saying that a coach will or will not succeed because of a single. I don't think I describe Shane Beamer as angry. I don't know the guy personally. But based on what we've gotten, despite the fact that it is choreographed in practice, I don't think I could describe him as angry.
When we had him on the show,
Perfectly pleasant.
Yeah, he was laughing it up, having a good time. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Perfectly pleasant. What I'm saying is to declare a guy as a success or failure, or to take a stance on his success or failure overall based on one moment of, yes, what I would call weakness. I would absolutely call that a moment of weakness. But I would also say we're at the point in history where I don't think weakness needs to be described as a character flaw. We all have weaknesses. The difference between a champ and a chump is whether or not you can better yourself in those moments of weaknesses. Do I think Shane Beamer is ever going to do this again? Probably not. If for no other reason, then it friggin' hurts. All right? He had a moment of weakness. Like I said, I promise you he's more concerned about teaching his kids about what dad just did than he is answering to any radio show host in America, than he is to firing back at the goober from Alabama. All right? It's time for your water cooler cheat sheet, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Steven said, I tried listening at 6 a.m., but I was not ready. Most people aren't. Most people aren't. Water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you get to work and start talking sports with your coworkers.
How do all
your
you
boss
people
or
know what a
whatever.
bong rip is? That's what I mean. You keep saying this is a. How do you
That's
know what
100%
that?
bong rip.
How do you guys know this?
Because people smoke marijuana.
Like everybody in the audience?
I mean, we've all been around it. Water cooler cheat sheet item number 1. Bro.
It's a water cooler.
Bro. I don't know if the Philadelphia Phillies are unbeatable. I know if they play like they did last night offensively, they might be 10-0 winners over the Arizona Diamondbacks. And not only did Aaron Nola pick up his third win of the postseason and do so allowing just 3 hits to the Diamondbacks over 6 innings, K-ing 7, but for the second game in a row, they bumped an ace off for the Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly went 5.2, but he gave up 4 earned runs on 6 strikeouts and 3 hits with 3 walks. But it's been the bats of the Phillies. The bats of the Phillies beat the Braves. The bats of the Phillies are now up 2-0 on the Diamondbacks in a best of 7. Kyle Schwarber went to the dish 3 times. He had 2 hits, both of them dingers. No strikeouts on the day. Trey Turner had a hit. It was a dinger. And as Lonzo mentioned in the Sports Flash just mere minutes ago, 7 Phillies ended up with an RBI. Castellanos, Realmuto, Turner, Schwarber, Marsh, Bohm, and a couple of others all ended up with RBIs. It was a ridiculous day at the dish for Philly. By the way, Realmuto, Schwarber, and Marsh all had 2 out RBIs in this one. Here's my concern. The Phillies bats go cold. Bats are streaky. Happens to every team. The Atlanta Braves, I think, are the number 1 example of that. The Braves were hot during the second half of the season. That's 2 second halves. The second half of the second half of the season. And then they got cold. When they played the Phillies. Outside of game 3, it's not like the Phillies were decimating Atlanta. Atlanta hits their average run per games mark of the regular season, and Atlanta wins that series, but they didn't do it. Arizona's bats are cold right now. Now, granted, part of that is because they have gone up so far against Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola, who have both been absolutely lights bleeping out in this postseason. The question is, can Phillies bats last through this series, last through the break, and make it all the way through the World Series to grab themselves a trophy? We're going to keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. Item number 2. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe I didn't. But the U.S. men's national soccer team last night did exactly what I would have liked for them to do, and that is to go out and dominate a lesser opponent. A 4-0 win over Ghana last night. Giovanni Reyna, Gio, had a couple of goals before being subbed off for Weston McKennie. Folarin Balogun had a goal before being subbed off for Ricardo Pepi. Christian Pulisic had a goal on a PK before he was subbed off for Brendan Aronson. The team responded the way I liked. There were some moments early in this game that I was very nervous. The opening defense in the first 15 for the Americans was very shaky. Now, I chalked that up to being uber aggressive offensively and getting caught out of position. But here's the thing. If you are going to be uber aggressive offensively, you have got to be twice as aggressive in getting back to defense on the other side. I didn't think the Americans were doing that early. They absolutely did it late. It earned them a couple of extra opportunities in the box. They earned a set piece from the penalty spot. They also earned a PK. Both were converted. There were also 2 flow of play goals that got scored by the Americans as well. I don't think I overreacted to the Germany game because, again, Germany is a good team, but they are not the historically talented Germans that we have been used to. It's not that you lost to Germany. It's how you lost to Germany. It's not that you lost to Germany. It's that you built yourself a lead and then changed everything. Last night, the Americans didn't change anything. They went up 1, they kept attacking. They went up 2, they kept attacking. They went up 3, they kept attacking. They went up 4, they kept attacking. I was very pleased with that win last night. My question mark for the Americans is, now that you've got that game against Ghana in the back seat, now that you have dominated a team that you, frankly, should have dominated, Did you learn anything? Do we take that same mentality, that never stop attacking mentality, into the next round of games when the next round of international friendlies open up? We are going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very, very interested. Let us go to item number 3. This is going to be very interesting. Yesterday, in the world of college football, there were 2 enormous stories that came out. One of them involved Jack Swarbrick. The other involved Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA. They met together with a Senate subcommittee on Capitol Hill. They had a conversation with the Senate subcommittee on Capitol Hill. Charlie Baker is the president of the NCAA. And during his discussion with lawmakers on Capitol Hill, he said the NCAA has a new focus in the conversation regarding NIL. And that conversation is the legality and possibility of taking student athletes and getting them defined as employees of the school that they represent in athletics. Now, that does not necessarily mean that the schools will be obligated or even allowed to directly pay student athletes for their services. It is in definition only. And I think this is the most important part of this entire conversation. And we're going to get further into this coming up in a minute. But it is a definition only employment of student athletes by the schools. Why would they do that? Well, that's a question that was answered by Jack Swarbrick, who is the athletic director at Notre Dame, but he is also one of the most powerful people in college athletics. Jack Swarbrick has moved towards the front. Almost any time that you hear a statement from Charlie Baker, you're going to hear one from Jack Swarbrick as well. Jack Swarbrick was talking about the difficulties, and we all know that they're there, but the difficulties in legislating NIL. And we have talked about this at length on this show in months and years gone by. Because what is the war cry we hear from coaches all the time? What's the war cry we hear from athletic directors all the time? Hey, we need guardrails. We need legislation. We need a way to ensure that there is no competitive advantage from one school over the next. And I told you there's one major problem with that. There's one gigantic issue with that. And Jack Swarbrick said something yesterday that I've been saying for a couple of months now. If you want there to be a way that you can put a set of rules, guidelines, obligations that cover every school in the NCAA, there is a way to do it. But the way to do it is the students have to sign on as well. The students have to be good with it. Because if the student athletes do not agree to these terms, then the schools have no reason to enforce them. And most importantly, if the schools all do agree to enforce them, but they are not legislation, you are going to end up with students suing the NCAA. Hey, wait a minute. You are creating an artificial set of rules and guidelines that impact our income, our ability to build wealth, our ability to make money. And you're doing so in a way that is not written into the legislation. And that's a lawsuit they can win. So how do you make this happen? Very simple. Collective bargaining. Just like the NFL does, just like the NBA does, just like the MLB does, just like MLS does, just like everybody else in the world of athletics does. The rules across Major League Baseball are not the rules because Major League Baseball says so. The rules are the rules because MLB says we need a set of rules that all 30 teams will operate under. The NFL says we need a set of rules that all 32 teams will operate under. And the players say, okay, that's fine. But for us to agree to these rules that all 32 teams operate under, we want some benefits out of it, right? Because if you're going to say teams can only pay out, and this is really the big one at the highest levels, I don't know if it will be the case at the lower one as well. But if you're going to say that teams can only pay X millions of dollars to players, right? Because let's be real, Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, probably would be willing to spend $1 billion a year building a baseball roster, and he could basically collect baseball players like kids collect baseball cards. You just go buy the ones you want. And he probably doesn't care about money because Steve Cohen spent, $275 million on payroll this year? Steve Cohen will make $275 million today. It's nothing to him. That's a year's salary of multimillionaire athletes. Steve Cohen's going to make it this month, right? He doesn't care. But in order to say Steve Cohen can only pay this much or can pay more than that, but in order to do so, he's got to pay a luxury tax back to the league that we used to operate the league, which means that if Steve Cohen can only pay this much, it means players can only be paid so much, right? In order to agree to that, here's what we want. We want X days off. We want a playoff structure that looks like this. We want obligated that this is in the boxes. We want this, we want that. And they bargain down to a spot where the players say, we accept your league-wide mandates that restricts our ability to make money in return for you giving us these concessions. That's why it works. And I've said colleges may have to go to that model if you want national NIL guidelines. Let's take a break and we'll talk a little bit more about that because I'm curious as to your opinions. 844-326-3663. Text us 71307 on the MadWorldAttractions.com phone line. We are back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, one more live read and then we're back. Don't go anywhere. Back in just a couple of minutes.
And then Lonzo realizes when there's a Formula One discussion going on in the restroom that he cannot participate. And so he comes back to the room. I don't know why they couldn't just talk football. They had to talk racing. I mean, you know, so I think it was on purpose so I couldn't participate.
I like to talk about people's passion in sports.
He is
My favorite thing.
he is definitely passionate about that. So.
Whatever your passion is, that's what I want to talk to you about. Especially because we were talking F1 and I'm an outskirts F1 fan. Like I watch it if it's on, there's nothing else on, but I don't go out of my way for it. But Lee's an F1 guy. Like he loves F1. And so I can always learn something about sports from guys like that.
I'm watching the Dallas and Chargers fans fight right now. Floor looks really slippery, man. People are just falling all over the place. I don't know what happened there. Have you watched it?
Mm-mm.
Let me send it to you because it's stupid to go to a game and fight, especially with the amount of money you got to pay for all this. But these guys cannot keep their feet. It's so dumb. The other people rushing into the fight, they can't keep their feet either. Ah, looks like it might be beer or something on the ground. Something. I was going to hit him, but I fell down. I sent it to you. We could probably break it down during the break.
I don't hate it. Rub around time. Down, 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 down. Down, down. Down, down. Rub around time.
Parachute pants, you ever have any?
I did not. I did have some Zubaz pants back in the day. Zubaz pants were
Is that what
best.
MC Hammer wore? I thought they were
No,
parachute
Zubaz
pants.
pants were the like animal print pants that all the like NBA and NFL players wore back in the day. Back when we used to wear them with mesh jerseys with no shirt underneath.
Rocking the guns. Gun show. All right.
Could collective bargaining be what saves the NCAA? The answer is yes, and also no. And here's why. The NCAA yesterday saw some of its biggest names in front of Congress. We mentioned that a minute ago in item 3 of the water cooler cheat sheet, which we do every single morning at 7 a.m. The top 3 stories in sports you have to know. If you want to know what those stories are, be here at 7 a.m. every day. Anyway, the third item was the fact that Charlie Baker and Jack Swarbrick were 2 of those representatives that were on Capitol Hill yesterday. And Charlie Baker said that there is a discussion ongoing within the NCAA to potentially define student athletes as employees of the schools for which they participate in the sportsing. So they went to this conversation, and then Jack Swarbrick said, and what should be a surprise to exactly nobody who listens to this show, that down the line, collective bargaining could end up being what ends up saving college athletics. He said, and I quote, "It's a fairly radical notion, but if we could find a way to reach binding agreements with our student athletes, most of this goes away. We don't have a mechanism to collectively bargain without them becoming employees. It would require a new mechanism that would recognize the rights of student athletes to negotiate for terms and conditions of their participation as athletes without being employees. I think it's worth considering," end quote. So we know that the NCAA is fighting for survival right now. A lot of you have asked, and fairly so, why it is that the NCAA seems so feckless in its imposition of the rules. And the answer to me right now is that number one, they don't really have an enforcement arm. And number two, as they watch the Big Ten and the SEC predominantly, though the Big 12 is right there and the ACC is trying to join the club, become more powerful entities in the world of college athletics, they are terrified. They are terrified, those that are members of the NCAA, that eventually, someday down the line, and it may be sooner rather than later, the conferences are going to go, you know what? We are big enough now. We are capable enough now. We don't need the NCAA. We don't need a governing body. We can be our own governing body. And instead of giving all this money to the NCAA and letting the NCAA make all the money on events like March Madness, what if we just did that ourselves? What if we just hired a guy to organize the basketball conference tournament? What if we just hired him to organize a tournament amongst the best teams in our conferences and we declared that to be the national championship? And then all that advertising money just comes to us, right? The NCAA right now is, in my opinion, an organization of convenience. While these conferences are figuring out their realignment and expansion moving forward, the NCAA takes care of all the minutia outside of that, basically. And so these schools utilize the NCAA as effectively an organizational program. And at some point, they're going to be able to handle that organization on their own. So the NCAA has to do everything that they can do, honestly, to prove that they are worth keeping around to the conferences, not the other way around. The NCAA wants to continue that model. If they want to continue to exist, one of the things that they will need to do is they will need to be the governing organization that goes, all right, SEC, and all right, Big Ten. If you guys don't want to split and do your own things, and then you've got to go through the model of how do we declare a national champion? Does every year the SEC champ play the Big Ten champ, and that's the national champion? And oh, by the way, sorry, Big 12 and ACC, if they decide that you're not cool enough to sit with the cool kids, you don't get to participate in that. You'll have to have your own. And now we got dual national champions that don't play each other. And then, oh God, nightmare amongst nightmares for radio dudes. We got to go through 7 damn months a year of, no, Bama was the national champion. No, Clemson was the national champion. Well, we were undefeated and won this tournament. Well, we were undefeated and won this. And nobody wants that. So there is a solution.
Yeah, we learned what that was like with that Florida team. I forget who it was.
UCF,
who
national champions.
Who declared
baby.
themselves national
they
champions.
Were undefeated. Nobody beat them.
Yeah.
Nobody beat them.
Mm-hmm.
So, in order to avoid that, the NCAA needs to establish themselves as an organization, as a unit that is capable of governing all of college sports without stepping on the toes or taking too much money from the conferences themselves in the process. And there is a way to do that. I said this months ago. Am I patting myself on the back? You're damn right I am. I said to you months ago, the answer is collective bargaining with the student athletes. Because we only accept, as human beings.
There's only one way that can happen, though, and that is if the athletes are able to unionize.
Exactly where I'm going.
And they've tried that a couple of times, but as soon as you make them employees, that will have to happen, because if not, who are they bargaining with?
So the only answer here is collective bargaining. That is 100% correct. We as human beings prefer to only accept authority from those that we agree to having authority over us. And I mean that in every sense of the word. There are some of y'all out there that don't have a great relationship, say hypothetically, with a parent. That is because you no longer consent to having them have authority over you. If you work at a job and your boss sucks and you hate him or her, and you go, I don't give you authority to have authority over me, you will leave that job or move to a new department or whatever you got to do if it's within your power. We as humans are fine with there being authority figures so long as we consent to their authority. Not to dive into politics, but the whole thing about cops right now is some people don't consent. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying I'm giving you their philosophy. They don't consent to the authority of you went to police school, therefore you are automatically an authority figure over me, right? It's all about consent to authority. Well, here's the thing. The way that a union works, because yes, the students in this happening would have to unionize. Alonzo is correct. If the students were to unionize and say we collectively, hence the collective and collective bargaining, we collectively will consent to your rules, to your authority over us. But in order for us to consent to your authority, you have to give us things, benefits, right? So I use the example of MLB. Let me switch to the NFL. The NFL has a salary cap. A salary cap is what? A limitation to the amount of money that teams can give to players as salary. I know I am breaking all kinds of news to you today. Now, a salary cap is designed to make sure that there is not an unfair conglomeration of the top level players on any one team and ensure parity across the league, right? Right. But what does that do? At its core, what does it do? It prevents there being a true open market. Because if it didn't, Jerry Jones would say, you know what? I'm going to die soon. And I would like a Super Bowl before I die. So I am going to take $3 billion of my wealth, and I am going to go get every single Pro Bowler from last year and bring them all to Dallas, Texas to play for the Cowboys. And all the other teams are fielding a bunch of rookies and nobodies.
They'd still find a way to lose.
Probably. It's the Dallas Cowboys. But to prevent that from happening, right, we put a salary cap down. What a salary cap does is it prevents the players from making the most amount of money possible, right? Because if Jerry Jones said, I want every Pro Bowler, he could offer every Pro Bowler a one-year contract of $200 million if he's a lunatic. And every player could make $200 million in a single year. Salary cap says, no, you can't do that. Salary cap says, no, you can't hand out that much money. But in return for the players accepting a deal where the amount of money that they are able to make in a single season, they had a set of demands that they asked of the owners. Hey, if you only want to pay us whatever the salary cap is this year, which limits the amount of money that I as a football player can make in a career or in a career field where careers are very short, then in return, we want this. We want this amount of leave. We don't want 2-a-day practices. We only want 3 preseason games. We want X. We want Y. We want Z. And the owners say, all right, we'll tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bump the salary cap up so that there's more money to go around. But in return for that, we want this back. We want you to take that demand out. And then they just sit at a table and negotiate back and forth until they come to an arrangement both sides are happy with. And once you've done that, you got a good push forward, right? So in order for the NCAA to survive, they're going to have to do that. In order for that to happen, they've got to have a collective entity to negotiate with, to bargain with. And the only way to make that happen is to allow the students to unionize. And the only way to allow the students to unionize is to make them employees. Now, this does not scream at its core, though it could change down the line. It does not scream at its core, they become employees and the schools are obligated to pay them. That's all going to come down to basically, I think, Congress. But what it does say is you are employees of the school. Therefore, you have the same rights as employees, federal rights as employees, including the right to unionize. And once you unionize and you get all the students on board, you're going to pick your representatives and your attorneys to come to the table and negotiate with the NCAA. And the NCAA will then say, all right, here are our proposed NIL rules or limitations. Quarterbacks can only make $500,000 a year in NIL. And the students go, that's fine. But in return for that, we want X or we want Y. We want these considerations when it comes to classwork and schoolwork. We want these considerations. We only fly charter flights. We want this benefit, that benefit. And the NCAA then fires back and says, all right, we're going to give you this. We're not going to give you this. But since we're not going to give you this, we will in return bump this up or whatever. Jack Swarbrick and Charlie Baker are dead on. This is the only answer, ladies and gentlemen. And they took a big step in that direction yesterday. We are going to take a big step towards the next segment because we have to go to break right now. Lonzo's on the ones and twos. My name is Rob Brown. I want your thoughts. 844-326-3663. Text us 71307 on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line and give me your opinions. We'll hit them when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. What's up, Stream? Welcome. We got some noobs in here. I love it. Good to have you guys. What do y'all think about what I just said? Am I off the mark?
James, we talked about that in the first hour. And, I mean, people need to get over it. Bot spike. Did you watch that video I sent you?
Oh, not yet.
If you decide to do it on the stream, make sure you mute it.
Mute it.
Yes. You got about 3.5 minutes left in the break.
You've got a friend in me.
You got a friend in me.
I muted it. You're good.
Yeah.
Oh, my man picked up the crowd divider.
Yeah, but keep watching. I mean,
Oh, he's down.
yeah.
Yes. We're having a fist fight on a slip and slide. It's incredible. He's down. He's down. It's incredible. I love the 5'3" girl throwing herself in between two 6'5" dudes. I always wondered what goes through the mind there.
A short man syndrome also works with short women. Short women are feisty, I guess.
Was there a sound clip that played over the QC read? I didn't hear anything, but Courtney said there was a clip that played over it.
No.
Okay.
Shouldn't have been. Had my headphones on. Didn't hear anything.
Me either.
Didn't hit a button. Didn't do, yeah. I mean, there was a little music at the beginning, but I faded it.
Yes, it is the video of the Thursday Night Football Cowboy Charger Brawl /
Well,
wet T-shirt contest
it's-
/ stand on a slip and slide contest.
I don't think. I mean, it's kind of a brawl, but it had the potential to be a brawl. But more, it was just like people trying to keep their feet and not doing a good job of it.
Not doing a good job at all.
And these are a bunch of guys who don't have ground game, because once they hit the ground, they don't do anything. I mean, you got to your destination, you're on the ground. Do you not know ground and pound? If you go and fight, I mean, it's not just on your feet. Must be like kickboxers or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do when they get down there. Where's your
I'm gonna
submission
go ahead
game?
and say that most people are not trained MMA fighters
Still,
or watch enough MMA to.
if you are liquored up enough to fight or mad enough to fight, just because you
This
hit the
is
ground
the-
doesn't mean you stop fighting.
This is the take of somebody who has never been liquored up. The assumption that your brain.
I've been
works
around
in
a ton of
any
people who
way
have, though.
You have not been liquored up. You can't know how the
Okay,
brain works.
all right.
The brain does not
Hey man,
process.
don't get angry. Don't kick
when
anyone.
one is liquored. No, I'm saying like
Okay, all right.
it's easy to look at somebody getting their ass kicked and be like, "This is what you should do."
No,
But
no,
if
no,
you're on
no,
whiskey, your brain doesn't give you.
I'm just saying, you were wanted to fight. Why are you not just, when you hit the ground, go ahead and fight? You're right there where your destination was. It's just like, oh no, I'm on the ground. I don't know what to do now. That's all I'm saying. You're right, Steven. The hockey bro would have, because he'd have kept his feet and he'd have went right in there and would have been just destroying everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, great to have you here on the Rob Brown Show with Lonzo as we wrap up the money hour of the radio broadcast.
I just realized why that bothers me. Because it sounds too much like another show.
With Lonzo. So we're talking about this concept of collective bargaining at the college football level, at the college athletics level. Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, yesterday was in front of Congress. He said that they are considering the actions necessary and potentially taking steps forward to classifying student athletes as employees of the school. That would be a necessary step, I think, in the direction of allowing those players to unionize. A union coming to the table to do some collective bargaining is, to me, the last ditch. I promise you, the people at the top of the NCAA, at their core, do not want a true student union. They don't want one.
They don't, but it's taken them this long to suddenly come to this realization that they need to do this to take care of NIL, or has this been a long thought process and now they're ready to take action? It takes them forever to do anything. So just because they're talking about it doesn't mean they're going to do anything.
This is, in my estimation, an effort at survival for the NCAA, right? The closer you get to being wiped away, the more desperate you get in terms of trying to not let that happen, right? This is an effort to stay in existence. The NCAA powers that be do not want the students to have a union, because a union gives the employees or participants more power. So they don't want it to happen. But here's the thing. They know that it might be the only option. The only thing I have curiosity about here is if there is a point where the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference, perhaps the Big 12, and maybe if they make it to the other side, the ACC, go, yeah, no, we don't even want to deal with that. So we're just going to go ahead and bail. We're just going to make our own thing. But as of right now, there is so much going on in terms of realignment and expansion right now that I don't think it makes sense for them to add a brand new and wildly enormous undertaking to their responsibilities in the world of athletics. They right now are going to say, that's fine, NCAA, you keep doing all of the legislation and enforcement side of this while we figure out what our conferences are going to look like, and then we'll get to the next step. The NCAA does not love the concept of students unionizing, but they do realize that the only way to fix the problems in the NIL world will be through a collective bargaining agreement with the students, where the students say, okay, we submit to your authority based on the concessions you have given us. We now abide by your rules. We will play by your rules, and we will accept punishment of athletes who do not do that because of the concessions that you are giving us as a group. And the NCAA now says, okay, now we get to make the rules again. Now we get to be in charge of this realm again, and we get to enforce those rules because those rules are now universal. They now apply to everybody.
Yeah, but I don't know if they can do that because states vary, and there's going to be a problem with that. And also,
that's the problem today.
How do you elect a body if you were a student union that represents every school in the country? I don't think you do that. By the way, IT Gamecock on the stream. Besides talent level, what would be the difference with the NCAA and pro sports leagues? Would this be something the fans want? In my opinion, when you let NIL come in, it becomes the NFL light. That's what it is.
All right. So
this is the next progression towards that.
So a couple of thoughts here. Number one, the whole state to state difference thing, that's the problem now. That's not like, that's a problem today. That's why all of this is the conversation, because right now, say theoretically and hypothetically, Florida has very lax NIL rules, which means Florida State, Florida, Miami can basically tell players, you can get away with more, which means you can make more, versus say, and I don't know, I'm just making up a state here, versus say Pennsylvania, who has more strict NIL rules. So Penn State says, we can't let you do what Florida State, Florida, Miami can do. And guess what that impacts? Recruiting, the lifeblood of college football. So if you go with a collective bargaining agreement that allows the NCAA to go widespread rules across the NCAA, then at that point, it doesn't matter what the state laws are. The schools are going to say you can only do so much. Now, if the NCAA says, you can make X amount a year, and then the state says, no, you can't. The NCAA rules obviously do not supersede a state's rules, but I would also say what the NCAA likely does at that point is take the most restrictive state law, and that's now the guidelines across the table. It'll mean they'll have to offer more to the students in return for that. That's the bargaining aspect of all this. Second thing is
that, by the way, hurts recruiting for the job, because then you don't want to go to that state because you know you.
Right, but here's the thing: if it's that way across all 50, then it doesn't matter. Now Pennsylvania doesn't have the disadvantage that they have against Florida today.
But then you have other states going to that state going, hey, can you just raise that up a little?
And that all that does is benefit the athletes, in which case, great, go for it. I'm good with it, right? IT Gamecock says, beside talent level, what would the difference be with the NCAA and Pro Sports League? Would this be something the fans want? I have a little secret for you, IT Gamecock. I have a little secret for all of you out there in the Rob Brown Show Armada. If you're new to the Armada, welcome in. Great to have you. Here is the dirty little secret. They don't care what you want. They don't. You know what the only thing they care about is? Are you watching? Are you watching so the TV guys give us mucho dinero? That's all they care about is, are you watching? And here's the reality. A lot of y'all have whined and moaned and complained about the NIL. Quick, how many of you have stopped watching college football? Because I can tell you, based on our numbers, none. Remember a couple of years ago, here's my favorite example. Remember a couple of years ago in the NFL when Colin Kaepernick took a knee and there was this national movement of half the population, I'm done with football. I'm never watching the NFL again. Then what happened? The numbers are up more people are watching the NFL than back in the day. I credit Taylor Swift. But more people are watching the NFL now than when when an entire political party said, I'm not watching the NFL anymore. I'm done. I'm out. No, you weren't. And no, you didn't. You kept watching. You may not have bragged about it. You may not have talked about it. You may not have engaged in conversation, but you kept watching. And the numbers prove that, which means what? The NFL is now making more money now than they were then. The NCAA knows this. You can sit here and tell me all you want. I won't watch. If the players get paid, I'm not watching. If there's a student union, I'm not watching. If they do this and that, I'm not watching. But the reality is, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You're not going to go anywhere. It's ingrained in your core to be a college football fan. You're not going to stop. And even if you do, you're replaceable as a set of eyeballs. I know it sucks to be told you're not special. We're not. In the eyes of the NCAA, in the eyes of the NFL, of MLB, of NBA, we're not special. We're not. We're just a money point. And you're not going to stop watching, so they don't care. It's just pro football light. Okay. Are you going to watch or not? If the answer is yes, then what's it matter to them? What do they care? They're not going to go anywhere, right? Lonzo, you were about to get very frustrated with me. What was that about? I'm curious.
Missed a moment. You didn't take a breath.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, it's I mean, you know.
Sorry.
You took an inaccurate jab, and I was going to rebut, but I didn't get in there fast enough because I didn't want to ruin your thought. You were on a roll, so I held back because there are times that I don't push the button.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll
Little
come back to it.
inside radio. No, we won't.
Later on, I'll make the same point so you can get it out.
No, we won't.
Texters.
He's trying to figure out what point it was,
No, I
but
know.
he should know.
What it
He
was,
should
but I
know
was gonna let you
exactly
say it.
when you spoke for an entire political party. Yeah,
Texas said this. We'll come back to that. Texas said this state has already been tested in the Tennessee courts. NCAA cannot supersede state law. The feds cannot intervene in this. Going to have to run through the Supreme Court, federal court, and ultimately Supreme Court. It's a long, long process. The Wild West will continue for a long, long time. First off, I hate the term the Wild West. All right? No, it's not. No, it's not the Wild West. There are absolutely regulations and rules and guidelines that have been put into play here. It's not the Wild West. That is something you say to poison the well. That is something that you say about a situation when you don't like it, because Wild West conjures up what? Street fights. That's what a gun sounds like, apparently.
It wasn't bad. I mean, you know.
It conjures up sounds of lawlessness and outlaws and train robberies and duels in the streets. Dramatic. It's something you say for drama. I
would think that there is a generation out there that have no idea what that means anymore.
No, stop it. Westerns are still huge.
No, they're not.
Still
what's the last one you watched?
The Mandalorian.
Okay,
did a whole Western episode.
It is a space Western, but still.
What was the one with Chris Pratt in it? The Incredible Eight, Hateful Eight, Spiteful Eight, Magnificent Seven. One of the numbers.
You got there at the end.
Magnificent Seven.
You know how long ago that was? And that was a remake,
like
by the way.
3 months ago, right?
Yeah, at least.
Yes, I agree. This is going to be a long, drawn-out process. Without a doubt. There's no doubt about it. But that's why I said the NCAA is not going to supersede state law. What they're probably going to do is try to come up with a set of guidelines that play within the most restrictive state and then make that the national policy. And in return for that being the national policy, they will have to offer a bunch of concessions to the players through their employment benefits. Is that a possibility? I don't know. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm an idiot. I'm a dummy talking about this stuff. So I don't know. I do know we're taking steps in that direction one way or the other. All right, we got a lot of students, I mean, yes. We got a lot of fans that are starting to text in 71307, the Mad World Attractions text line. You can also give us a buzz at 71307, 844-326-3663. I want your thoughts on all this. We'll come back here in a minute. Before we do, Lonzo's got a sports flash to keep you informed, entertained, and enlightened, and that happens right now.
I don't know if I can inform you, but I'm going to try.
It's entertainment and information.
I get you like combine things together.
Yep.
Yeah. Way to go there. In a story obviously written by Rob Brown, shaking the memory of a disappointing 3-1 loss to Germany last weekend, the U.S. men's soccer team pounded Ghana 4-0 in a friendly last night. which means it doesn't count, but apparently it does count. I don't know. After suffering knee injury in the Jacksonville Jaguars win over the Colts last weekend, former Clemson quarterback Trevor Lawrence, wonderful hair, was spotted in a knee brace at practice yesterday. Lawrence said he believes it is possible he'll play Thursday night when the Jags play the New Orleans Saints. Speaking of that game, you can hear it right here starting tomorrow night at 7:30, right after Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. This is the Rob Brown Show. This is Rob Brown Show. What do you want to talk about? Yeah, I guess that is a modern Western. I think as far as Westerns goes, you too. Bye. You're right. We'll see how it does at the box office, Zach. I really hope when make a little screw up at the end of the sports flash that the boss is listening, just because it's always better. Caller called in and mentioned Yellowstone, which I guess is a modern Western, but
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, but it's not
It's not my favorite
Western
show.
in the sense of Wild Wild West, which would be
Wiki Wild.
dirt roads and high noon and there's going to be a showdown type thing.
Let's see. List of recent Western
And Zach brings up the Flowery Moon.
Killers of the Flower Moon. I'm
Yes.
actually very excited about that movie. Nick Cage did a Western this year called The Old Way. And if you think I'm not going to find that immediately after the show, you don't know me at all.
Come on, Nick Cage has put out like 10 movies last year.
The Outlaw Johnny Black came out this year. It is starring Michael J. White. I don't know any of these actors. Doesn't mean. Oh, it's a black Western. Hell yeah, I'm watching that one. Dead Man's Hand
All right.
stars Cole Hauser, who I believe is in Yellowstone.
The fact that you're having to look them up.
Oh, I'm not saying they're getting great distribution. I'm saying they are still being made.
I also don't believe they're representing what is the Wild Wild West. Which again, I hear
Does
Kuma.
Django count as a Western? I think it
Yes,
does.
yeah, but that was like what 10 years ago.
2012. Oh my God. Ouch.
So it was over 10 years ago.
True Grit was great. A remake, yes, but still good. Hateful Eight was very good. I can't watch it, but Bone Tomahawk got rave reviews.
Never heard of it.
Bone Tomahawk had Kurt Russell in it, and it was a horror Western.
Oh, it sounds interesting.
It, from what I understand, is gruesome. The Revenant with Leo DiCaprio. Slow West with Michael Fassbender.
By the way, especially you need to go to break earlier.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was on me. I'll fix that.
That's-
All right, what do we want to talk about, y'all?
Westerns.
Besides Yeah. Sorry, wasn't ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy. Welcome in. Great to have. I'm just going to say howdy a bunch because we were talking about Westerns during the break on the stream, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on Twitch by searching and subscribing to the Rob Brown Show, and on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate. Texter said, Rob, I do like the current process, but let's be real. There are rules. Let me go find the second after this text because I like it. There are rules which are meant to be broken, and they are being broken. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It is the Wild West, and I do like the NIL and portal, but I'm a realist. Pew, pew, pew. Which I respect throwing pew, pew, pew onto the end. All right? Yeehaw. Let's start with the concept. Rules are not meant to be broken. If you made a rule that was meant to be broken, you wouldn't make it a rule. You just be like, just do that thing, right? Rules are meant to be followed, all right? That being said, there are people who are going to break the rules. I think it is silly, and I think it is the logical fault of a lot of people who are anti-NIL, anti-portal, yada, yada, yada. I think it is a logical fault of a lot of people.
I want my old college football back.
To pretend like before NIL, everything was great. Before NIL, everything was flowery in the land of college football. There were no cheaters. There were no handing out of dollar bills. There was no cars being given. None of that was happening.
Nope.
It's always been just hunky-dory above board. And this NIL stuff, this NIL stuff has got cheaters coming out of the woodworks. The reality, my dear sweet friends, is that this stuff's always been happening. It just used to be it was done under the table, and it was really only done for the top-notch athletes. In fact, I would even go so far as to argue that if you are a fan of a non-blue blood school, if you are a fan of a non-traditional powerhouse program, you should be all in on NIL. Because it used to be that the stars of college football, they all gathered in one, they all went to one place. They were all in one spot. And they did that because those schools could benefit them the most. Now, inconceivable. I know. It used to be that you would go to LSU because you knew that every 2 years you were going to get a new locker room. Whoa. That was state of the art. That was upgraded. It was the best you were going to be. It used to be that you would go to Ohio State because they handed out free tattoos and cardigans.
Well, there was trade. It was barter. I mean, there were golden pants involved, and just
It used to be that at Ohio State you could trade an autograph for a free tat, bro. It used to be that you would go to Alabama because not only did you get to the locker room, but it came with a spa and a barber shop and a waterfall. And now they went, here's the thing. All those things benefit the schools, yeah? All those things benefit the school. They don't benefit the players. Like, it's nice while you're there to be able to go, I can go get a fresh fade every day. Because there's one guy who gets paid by the university to be the football team's barber, and that's it. That's my guy, right? And it's great. But at the end of the day, when you're done with football, when you leave, you can't go, hey, I'm a former Bama football player, and I used to get great haircuts. Can I pay my electricity bill? Yeah, with money, dude. And to some people, especially, as I've said before, imagine you're a high school player that's coming out, and you come from a poor family and a poor school. What's more important to you than cash money, baby? Not much. And that's a recruiting trend. That's a recruiting trend that is now above board, and it didn't used to be that way. You should be on board for that. So this thought, this belief, this concept that, like, back in the day, everything was just clean as a whistle is garbage, dude. I've been in this game a long time. I have heard stories from former players You can disregard them as liars if you want, but I got no reason to believe it. I grew up with the kid who went to play at Alabama. I hung out with that kid outside of his Bama, after his Bama days, along with former Bama players of his. I've got the stories, all right? I've been told these things. And so this whole concept that like, now it's out of control. Now it's what? No, it's not. It's not now. It never has been. It's just that now the players can directly benefit. So if you're a smaller player, if you're not a Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia fan, you should be going wild for this. And honestly, if your team is down in recruiting at all, Florida State, Florida, you should be on board. Because it feels to me like the only thing that you dislike is that players are getting paid. Outside of that, what is your problem? Well, it makes it the NFL light. Okay. And does it impact, like, you've watched college football the last 2 years. If you believe, and I'm not saying that you don't, I'm saying if you do, I want your reasoning. Lonzo, do you believe that college football the last 2 years has been worse than it was 4, 5, 6 years ago? Like, is it a worse product?
Overall, I would have to say it's a pretty good product.
Yeah, this year especially.
Except for kickers on New Year's.
Except for
Eve.
kickers on
Yeah.
New Year's if you're a Buckeye fan.
Yeah.
As a not Buckeye fan, I got to tell you, college football's got a pretty great product right now. This is the first year in a while where does it feel like
Too
there is
much
a destined
parity,
team?
man. Too much
Yeah.
parity. I want to know who the top 3 teams that are in that
And
one
nobody else.
and that one team that doesn't belong there. I want to know that that's how that's going to work. I don't like the fact that we have no clue who there's no dominant team in college football right now. I want the old days back when we just knew who was going to be crowned. Now, who knows who's going to win this year? Who wants that?
I'd make the argument that the last 2 years, college football has been the best it's been in a long time. You just don't like change. That's it. And that's okay. I get it. Change is big and scary. But I would argue the last couple of years, college football, especially this year, college football is the best it has been in a very long time. So I don't understand. Like, here's the NCAA saying, okay, we've got an idea. We're going to define, and in definition only, all student athletes will be employees of the school. It's not going to change anything. The terms of employment, because there will be terms of employment, are still going to be, you got to go to class. You've got to pass the classes. Like, these are still terms of employment. They used to be scholarship terms. Now they're terms of employment. And the direct compensation from the school will be the scholarship. And oh, by the way, part of your abilities as an employee is to go out and represent other brands and make money off of them. Great. Go ahead. The difference is now we don't have to do $500 handshakes in the parking lot, which are absolutely a thing. That's not an urban nightmare. I talked to kids who have taken them.
Would have been awesome to get one of those.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's see. A couple of texters have written in so far. Texter says, how long before the NFL waives age and college requirements to speed expansion and throws FBS programs for a loop? So I got a couple of things here. Tell you what, one of my biggest pet peeves in this job is right now. Please stop pretending you care about FBS programs. Please. Now, I'm not talking to those of you that are truly FBS fans, right? Those of you that went to Appalachian State, those of you went to Furman, those of you that went to smaller schools. I'm not arguing. Please stop pretending that you care about those schools. Because you don't. You don't. You haven't. You have never once before been like, and by the way, I said FBS, I meant FCS, obviously. But Steve, please stop pretending like you care about those. What is this going to do to the budget at South Carolina State? Quick question. How much money you giving SC State lately? No, some of y'all went to SC State. Maybe you're very invested in SC State. And if you are, good for you. Some of y'all went to Furman. Maybe you are boosters at Furman. And if you are, awesome. I'm glad. We're very glad. Lonzo's got a Furman flag right over his shoulder. We're very glad to be the voice of the Furman Paladins. Well, we're not. Dan Scott is, but to be the home of the Furman Paladins. We're very glad. But stop pretending like you care what happens to SELSU. Please stop pretending you care about what happens to NC Central or Morgan State. You don't. You never have. And those schools have always found their way. The University of South Alabama has been playing in the shadow of Auburn and Alabama for years. And not only are they fine, but I drive by their campus almost every time I go home. They're doing great, are the Jags. Troy. Not only is Troy still playing football, when I was broadcasting in Florida, Troy was like a Division IX program that was still playing in Riddle equipment from the 70s. And now Troy's making mucho dinero because they get paid $1 million 2 or 3 or 4 times a year to come get their butts whipped by some Division I school. They're going to find a way through this just like they always have. Stop pretending like you care because you don't. If you did, you would have been speaking out forever, and you haven't. You are using it as a convenient argument against the thing that you don't like. You've never cared before. 5 years ago, before I got here, were you texting and calling previous hosts of the station and saying, I'm very concerned about the budget of UAB? No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was here. I don't recall that happening.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You weren't concerned about their budget then. Don't pretend like you're concerned about their budget now. You cared about one thing and one thing alone, turning this into an argument against the thing you don't like today. And if you didn't care about it 5 years ago, then I don't care if you do care about it now. And for those of you not watching the stream, I just air quoted so hard I pulled 3 of my 4 fingers. You didn't care then, you don't care now. So stop using it as an argument. All right? Texas says, Rob, I love the FCS. I completely agree that people act like they care for the sake of the NIL argument. Newsflash, not every athlete makes it to D1 FBS. Some athletes just want to play football and get a really good education. That is from Furman Seb. Furman Seb, thank you for the text. That's exactly what I'm saying. You know how the FCS level will continue to exist? For the kids who love football and want to play and use that to get an education. For places like Furman to still host game days and make money that they can put into that athletic department so that other kids have a chance to do it and also get an education. It's always been that way. It's going to be that way staying forward. Every now and then you might have an FCS school that does it so well that they get threatened to be bumped up and invited to an FBS conference, if those still exist in a few years. But if you weren't calling in, helping to, and I'll make it real easy for folks in the Greenville area and the Spartanburg area. If you can't show me that you have given money to Furman or SC Upstate, don't try to tell me that it's an argument you want to make now. I'm really concerned about Furman football, are you? How much have you given the Dins, my dudes? How much have you given SC State, my dudes? How much have you given North Greenville, my dudes? Some of you have given a little. Few of you may have given a lot. But the overwhelming majority of you ain't given a damn thing. But now you're worried? Get out of here with that. That's weak. No, you're not. You're not worried about it. You're using it as an argument of convenience and nothing else. Texter says, Rob, SCLSU shout out on the show. Go my dogs. Yeah, you know, and their coach Bobby Boucher. Kicking some walls, man. Kicking some walls. Texas says, I don't think it has to do with cheating. Hasn't been done, but NIL does allow bigger schools with better donors the chance to stack not just the top talent, but second tier as well. I don't like the NIL with the instant transfer portal. It's always been that way. This isn't new. It's just the players can benefit directly now.
Well, the last part hasn't. The transfer portal.
Transfer portal hasn't.
Yeah.
But again, they only get 2, right? It's not like guys can jump every single year. They got to meet certain qualifications to do it a second time.
Well, unless you're in North Carolina, then you
fair enough.
get 3.
Old Tez. That one didn't count.
Okay. All right.
Texas says the only problem I have with college football is the 4 playoff teams. That will be fixed next year. Quit whining. Texter says Louisville and ladies of the night. We used to be a great nation.
What?
Great text. We're back after this. It's the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Let's go ahead and do overreactions, which I put some topics on the.
You never sent me Wednesday.
Are you serious?
Yes. It's the one day you didn't send me.
Allow me to rectify that.
I was looking earlier. It's like, okay, I got every day but Wednesday.
Okay, it's in your email.
Thank you.
7:20 on the rundown.
Okay.
There's like 7, but if you have any more off the top of your head you want to make up, I'm good.
Nah, I can't think of things. No, don't stop. I'm gonna I'll do it. I'm going to go to yeah.
All right, guys, we'll be back in 45 seconds. Those of you that are new, welcome. This is a quick step away, and then we're right back. Hang out. All right, y'all, we're back. Thanks for hanging out, man. Those of y'all that are new, man, drop a line in the chat. We'd love to talk with you. BTR, welcome in. Zach, good to have you. Hamburgers and Meat Foods. It's total chaos. Yeah, chaos indeed. Steven argued that Guardians of the Galaxy is a modern space western. I would agree with that.
Should I leave the room when I eat?
No, you're good. Just don't chew into the mic.
I'm not. That's why I come over here. I don't want Kevin complaining.
As a student of RBU, can I request the class hot dogology? Yes, but it's not a beloved class in the area. Tracy, what's up? He literally just said line in the chat. Amazing work. Outstanding job there, Tracy.
864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772.
The Gables at Pelham is a continuing care retirement community. Assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing all under one roof. An MD will visit twice a week, and physical therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy are on site. And for socialization, our director of activities has a master's degree in social work and has been at the Gables for many years. We have a full calendar of activities for all of our residents. In addition, our director of memory care has been there for many years as well. To stop by for a visit, give us a call at 864-286-6600.
The origin, at least we can figure out the origin of a default hot dog, which has mustard, chili, and onion. That a chili? You mean a chili dog, Steven? You mean a chili dog?
I'm Tony Kornheiser. This is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests like Michael, or simply how to get changed for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser show. And football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey. So real-time baseball playoff analysis.
Does it show? If you have the prep sheet pulled up?
Yes, I saw you typing.
Okay.
Today, plenty of sunshine and pleasant, high of 69.
Sponsored by Corley Plumbing and Electric.
At Corley Plumbing, Air and
I have a graph, a good graph,
Oh no.
a real good graph.
So apparently chili was most likely created at Art's famous chili dog stand in southern LA. Chili
was
chili
Or
dog.
Chili dog. Okay. I had chili for dinner last night. It was delightful. We sat outside and ate it because it's chilly and hoodie weather, which is the best weather.
Enjoy the beans while you could,
Yep.
hoping it will help you with
Yep.
other things.
Show enough.
Good morning.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with you. It is 8:20 on, 8:25 technically on a Wednesday morning. And I have decided that this is the segment that we are going to play a little game every week. It is a little game we like to call Overreaction or Make Sense.
I think you're overreacting.
Let's all calm down.
This is a huge deal.
I think you're overreacting a little bit.
I am not overreacting.
Remain calm, everyone. This is a big deal.
That's no reaction.
Everybody calm down. Look how calm I am.
That was an overreaction.
Look, let's all just calm down.
This is not a big deal.
All right, let's get to the first one. The first one, overreaction or not. Without Brock Bowers, Georgia will not win a national championship.
This is like a really huge deal.
It is a really huge deal. It is a really huge deal. You go back to the early portion of the season, right? My big complaint about Georgia has been that the Bulldogs really haven't blown the doors off of anybody. I mean, they did against Kentucky, but they didn't early, right? They had a 48-7 win over Tennessee Martin. Okay. 45-3 over Ball State. Okay. Then they played South Carolina. Against South Carolina, Brock Bowers had 7 catches for 54 yards, no touchdowns. Not a Brock Bowers performance. They won that game 24-14, and it was closer than any dogs expected. Then Brock Bowers showed up. UAB, 9 catches for $121, 2 touchdowns. They won 49-21. Against Auburn, 8 catches, $157 and a tutty. They won 27-20. That game was that close with Brock Bowers having Xavier Legette numbers. They went against Kentucky, 51-13. Brock Bowers, 7 grabs, $132 and a touch. Then they played Vandy. Early in the game, Brock Bowers was not very involved. Then he got hurt and he was out. They won that game 37-20, but they didn't break it open until late. Brock Bowers had 4 grabs for 22 yards. Brock Bowers is the crown jewel of that offense. Brock Bowers is the flow of that offense. He is the channel focus. He is where everything should and needs to run through. And without him, Georgia might find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Now, the good news is they got the easiest schedule remaining of any of the undefeated contenders. They do have 3 ranked teams, but they are at home against Missouri. They are at home against Ole Miss, and they've got to go to Tennessee. That's the only challenge left on the schedule for the Dogs. And Brock should be back by that, though we don't know. Got to have surgery. High ankle sprain could be 4, 6, 8 weeks before he gets back. So the earliest he could come back is against Tennessee on November 18th. But if he doesn't, I might like Tennessee to win that game, because they're not blowing anybody away. They can absolutely lose that game, or at the very least, the SEC championship. Now, if they don't lose to Tennessee, it won't really matter if they lose the SEC championship game. They'll still get in. But if he's not back by Tennessee, I think they lose that game and they lose to Bama, and we don't have the number 1 team wire to wire like we thought we would.
All right. Saying a coach who shows emotion has lost his team because he, let's say, kicked something. Is that an overreaction or not?
Come on, man. Come on, man. What you gonna take a dude in a moment of peak frustration and peak weakness who had a moment. All right. We all have a moment. You know what the best thing for you is? If your moments are in private. That's it. If Shane never came out and said, I broke my foot. If Shane never came out and said, I kicked whatever I kicked, and he would have gone into his office, closed the door, hung his visor on the coat rack, and then kicked the crap out of his desk and never told anybody, this isn't a conversation. Yes, he had every right to be frustrated. His team played poorly. He, I would argue, by the extension of his coaching staff, probably coached poorly in that game, and he didn't love it. He had a moment of weakness. My old man died a couple of weeks later. I lost my first radio broadcasting job. I thought my career was over. I punched a wall and broke my hand. In the same argument, I could have been let go and criticized forever. Here I am a few years later, hosting a drive time morning show in a 1 million person market. Imagine if they wrote me off, right? It's silly. It's a silly take, and I'm just over it. I really am.
All right. A head coach known for his offensive prowess hands off play calling duties to his OC. Is that a sign that he is going to be fired, or is it tampering from up above, or is he just following a plan?
This one's fun because there's 2 different teams that you could theoretically be discussing right now. And I'm going to say that there's different answers for both. So let's start with Clemson. Let's start with Dabo and
wait. Clemson did that? Clemson?
So Dabo Swinney got asked if he has given full control of the offensive playbook over to Garrett Riley. And his answer was, quote, 100%, end quote. Now,
what? So the Clemson way is no longer a thing.
No, I don't think that's the case. Here's what I think happened. I think at the beginning of the year, Dabo Swinney was very tentative to hand over control of his offense to Garrett Riley. And here's the reality. All the guys that came up in that position before Garrett Riley were all what? Dabo dudes. Clemson fellers.
Part of the family.
Yeah. And by extension, I'm sorry to say, you don't have to like it. Yes, man. Yes, Dabo, you got it. You're my dog. You got me here. Of course. You're still the man, bro.
Go get him, Dabo.
Garrett Riley ain't that. Not only is Garrett Riley not that, he's the opposite of that. Garrett Riley's a guy that I have to assume at some point has head coaching aspirations on the noggin and wanted to get a taste of the good stuff of the top level of college football before he made that move. Dabo Swinney, a guy who's not used to ceding control. This is all speculation on my part, but I feel like I've got a good reason to believe it. Dabo Swinney, a guy who's always been in control, took a little while to be comfortable with ceding that control over, and he did it a little week by week as the season went on, which is why I believe against Wake, despite the fact that they couldn't punch it in the end zone, it felt like Clemson was running maybe the most wide open offense they've run so far, the most Garrett Riley-esque offense that they've run so far. Maybe a little too late. We'll see. We'll find out. But I think there's a different answer for the Carolina Panthers. I think Frank Reich handed control over to Thomas Brown, his offensive coordinator. Yes, because they're 0-6, right? If the Panthers were 4-2, they wouldn't change anything. If they were 3-3, they wouldn't change anything. But they are the only winless team in the National Football League. And last week, the playbook started and then Miami shut it down. I think that there were some tough conversations. I think there are more to be had in Charlotte as we head towards the bye week of the Carolina Panthers. I think Frank Reich had to look and go, what I'm doing ain't working. Thomas Brown's going to add some wrinkles. I've told you what I expect. Pre-snap motion, added protection schemes, probably more max protection schemes. I think you're going to be in a much faster paced offense. I think at Clemson, it was a matter of, I want to turn this thing slowly over to the guy who's going to run it because I want to make sure that he understands how I want it run while giving him control. I think in Carolina's case, I think they lost that game to Miami, and I think they went all hands on deck, and Thomas Brown getting play calling responsibilities was the reason for that.
All right. Last night, the Philadelphia Phillies put up 10. I can't say it. 10 home runs.
Just 10 regular runs.
Yeah. Just 10
but
runs.
They put up 3
10
home
runs.
runs.
Okay, because some people were on base, and then they got the runs, and
That's an RBI.
Yeah,
that would be a
what,
multi-run.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway,
I'm going to get Lonzo to be a baseball guy.
They put up 10 points. I'm just not saying
10 runs.
I'm not saying the D word because it's just not in my vocabulary.
Dinger!
It's just not in my vocabulary. Does this mean that they are unbeatable for the rest of the season because of that awesome offensive output?
First off, you don't have to be so dramatic when you say it. All right, you don't have to take me down like that. I'm already hurt enough, Lonzo. I'm still crying on the inside.
I made sure I ate solid food with my back turned to you. I care, Rob.
They're not unbeatable, but they're going to be real tough to beat. Let me tell you why they're not unbeatable. They're not unbeatable because bats go cold. Like I said, you go back to that series against the Atlanta Braves. It's not like they were killing the Braves, with the exception of Game 3, where they also put up a 10 spot. They put up 3s. They put up 4s. If the Atlanta Braves scored the same average number of runs per game that they scored in the regular season, the Braves would have won that series. Because it's not like Atlanta was out there it's not like Philadelphia is out there putting up historic postseason numbers. They're putting up fine numbers. I'll tell you why Philadelphia is going to be very tough to beat. Because even if the bats cool off, even if they stop mashing all over the yard, Wheeler and Nola are the best postseason pitching duo we have seen in a very long time. They are just smoking everybody right now. And if those two guys keep going off the hill the way they're going off the hill right now, the Phillies could score 1 a game and they might be fine. So I don't think Philly's unbeatable, but I think they are going to be damn tough to beat. You know who can do it? The Texas Rangers. Can you take me higher? No, but I can take you to a break, and I'm going to do that right now on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Normally, I would think there's no chance of a chart, but we still got an hour left. So, you know.
I don't know what a smash burger is.
One of the overreactions that makes sense we had on the prep sheet was smash burgers are overrated. A smash burger is a thing that people have started doing in recent years, where as you're cooking the burger, you take a big flat metal. No, because it's got a handle on the top like a thing, yeah? And they literally smash the burger flat while it's on the grill.
You're searing it.
Kinda. But it's not like you don't like sear it as in like turn the temperature way up and hit it and
No,
sear
that's
the
what
meat
you do
inside.
if you cook at McDonald's. You sear it.
Oh, so to me, searing has always meant you hit the exterior. Like when I sear a steak, it means you hit the exterior very rapidly at a really high temperature to solidify the outside. But the point of that is to keep all the juice on the inside as it's cooking, right? Because a seared outside, the juice can't get out. With a burger, they're just flattening it out. And I don't understand that. Don't you want to keep all that juice on the inside of the burger? Don't you want to bite into a juicy burger, not a flat meat disc? But that's just me.
So you're getting the grease out. You prefer to have the grease.
Oh, juice, but yes.
You're saying there's no grease mixed in to that juice.
Not grease.
It's grease, man.
Sounds gross when you say grease.
It's grease.
I want a big fat juicy burger, bro. That's what I want.
See, that's what I thought. I thought he was talking about the chain. I didn't know he was talking about.
No. There is a chain of restaurants called Smash Burger.
Right. That's
I'm saying
why I was.
Smash Burgers as a concept are overrated. Smash Burgers are not better than a traditional hamburger. Smash Burger seems like something somebody was cooking a hamburger one day and they were like, I've got to be fancier than this. Let me do something dumb in order to seem like I know what I'm doing. Oh, Heather Denich is on right now and her hair looks fabulous today. Like fabulous. I mean, she is on point today. No, she's killing it. Oh, for what, Lonzo?
Not saying.
I won't show the graph. I will say on the graph. Do you know who the most accurate quarterback in the NFL is against both man and zone collectively? The most accurate quarterback against zone coverage is Brock Purdy. The most accurate quarterback against man coverage is Anthony Richardson so far. Do you know who the most accurate quarterback against both man and zone is?
Zapke.
No, it is not Billy Zapke. It is Lonzo. Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, I mean, so I thought it was a trick question.
Nope. The dude in the dead center of the chart, the single most average quarterback in the NFL is Derek Carr.
Wait, he's supposed
Joined
to be in the
very
Hall of Fame.
closely by Jalen Hurts.
Supposed to be in the Hall of Fame.
Derek Carr is. I heard someone say that. I don't even know what that is, James. Is that like a drink or something?
I'm not going to say that until I look up what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a burger
I was
joint.
gonna say there's a reason why I took care when
It's a burger joint.
Yeah.
In Asheville, Juicy Lucy's Burger Bar and Grill. And apparently they take pride in their burgers being flicking juicy. So yes, big fan already. Haven't ever been there. Big fan.
I think the real question, James, is who is the better quarterback, Johnny Utah or Shane Falco?
Shane Falco, man, was.
I'm going to go with Falco made it. Falco
Juicy.
made it.
Okay, I need to correct this. It is not just that their burger is big and juicy. It is that they cook their burger with the cheese pocketed inside of the burger instead of across the top of it. And I love that because it's going to keep that cheese.
How does the cheese
melted.
not get out?
It does once you bite into it. But
Okay.
like it's not
I
like
mean,
a
when you cook-
liquid cheese where it comes pouring out. It's just melted cheese.
I guess the picture you painted was not a good one for me. Because I pictured a little hole in the middle and they put cheese in it. And is that what you're saying? They stuffed cheese into a little hole in
Like
the top of
it's
a
like
burger?
they make it a pocket, then they put the cheese in, then they round it off. But
Oh,
then
you
they
didn't
go-
say round. You didn't say
Yeah,
round
like
it
it's
off.
like a burger. It's pocketed
Okay,
in
I
the
just
middle
saw a
of the burger.
hole with cheese in it.
Wrapping up the third hour of the Rob Brown Show. Robin Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Wednesday morning. Thank you very much for being a part of the radio broadcast. Hope you are enjoying it thus far. A couple more things I wanted to get into on the radio show today. We talked about it very briefly just a minute ago, and that is Dabo Swinney. He got asked straight up, have you given full control of the play calling over to Garrett Riley? Clemson Insider has an article up. It says, quote, how much leeway is Dabo Swinney given his offensive coordinator Garrett Riley with the playbook and play calling? Clemson's head coach was asked that question Monday night during his weekly radio call-in show. Swinney said, quote, 100%. He's come in, and it's been a lot of fun since he got here. Of course, anytime you have new people, you've got to get everybody on the same page. But he's brought, as we say, the dirt raid, and it was a very easy transition. The biggest thing was probably the terminology that we changed because you want him to be comfortable with being able to call things. There were a few things that we kept that he liked from a terminology standpoint, but it's got to be able to flow off his mouth quickly and so easy to transition with the coaches there. He's done a great job of installing it and teaching it, end quote. So he then got asked, like, what's the biggest deals? What's the issue that you have been dealing with here? And he said, turnovers, which, yeah. He said, I quote, I hate the turnovers that we've had because it's the only reason we're not undefeated right now. It's what it is, and it's disappointing, and it's affected some things, but we're grinding through it. We've got a quarterback that's blossoming, that he loves, and will continue to get better and better for sure as we move through the process with Garrett, end quote. All right, so a few things here. Number one, as far as the turnovers go, I think a chunk of the turnovers have come for two reasons. Number one, the blocking schemes, right? I don't think there has been a more costly turnover. Lonzo and I have butted heads over this before, but it is what it is. I don't think there's been a more costly turnover than that scoop and score that Florida State had on Cade Klubnik a few weeks ago. To the point that I believe that one play won Florida State the game. I think if that one play doesn't go that way, Clemson wins that football game in regulation. I think that scoop and score is ultimately what cost them the game. All the other plays, the touchdowns, the Keon Coleman, the Johnny Wilsons across the middle, all good stuff from Florida State. But if that scoop and score doesn't happen, Florida State loses that game, Clemson wins it. So they are a big deal. And in that game, in my opinion, that fumble was caused by either a missed assignment or a busted play. Either way, it's a problem. You had a running back set up on that side who was not there when the blitz came, the delayed blitz came off the left side. Didn't pick him up. I mean, wrecked Cade Klubnik, who dropped the ball because Cade was looking the other direction at the time. If he's going to look left, even if he's a right-handed quarterback, if he's going to look left and look that direction, you got to have somebody protecting this side because even though that's the blind side, the other side, if he's looking that way, the other side's the strong side's the blind side. And it felt to me like it was just a missed assignment or it was just a bad call, right? A bad call that didn't take into consideration a delayed blitz off of that side. Those type of things have to go away. They're not an option. They have to go away. So it is a major issue. I'm glad that it has been addressed. I'm glad that it is a priority right now. Dabo Swinney said the turnovers are, quote, the only reason we're not undefeated right now. I actually agree with that. I bona fide believe that. I go back to the Duke game. It was the same situation. It was multiple turnovers, and it's turnovers inside the red zone or inside the 30 going in. That's a killer, right? That's a killer because not only are you turning over the ball in a spot that needs to be points, but if you're going on long, sustained drives that end in a turnover close to the end zone, you're wearing your offense out, right? Like they're out there for these long, sustained, exhausting drives, and they've got nothing to show for it. So I agree with that. But I think that there has been another issue. And it's in spots, both Duke and Florida State, honestly, both the losses. I think the other issue that comes into play here is that when those turnovers happen, and when those turnovers happen and they keep the game close, I think there's been some panic, right? I already told you what I think. We've had a couple of folks come on the show and disagree with me, and that's fine because I don't think they know any better than me. And I'm not saying I know this to be a fact. I'm just saying, again, speculation is our job. I think there's been a couple of spots where Clemson turned the ball over, Duke or Florida State got themselves into a good position. Game is closer or maybe not as close in the wrong direction that they would like. And I think you ended up in a couple of spots where Dabo may not have gone 100% over the top in taking over play calling, right? Like he may not have jumped in and said, all right, Garrett, turn off your headset. I got this one. I'm driving this one. But we had a texter ask earlier in the week, I think there may have been a couple of spots here and there where he'd get on the mic and be like, I want you to run right here. Right? Not going to tell you specifically which run to run, but I want you to, or I want a screen pass here. Give me a screen pass here. And then Garrett dials up the screen pass. Now, what's interesting about that is that's not 100% control, right? That's not 100% control. That is still control. I don't care about that. I don't want to get into the semantics. If what Dabo said earlier this week is correct, and Garrett Riley now has full 100% autonomy over this offense, he is the only one. Dabo's not popping in and going, go screen right, go run left, off guard, off tackle, off center, whatever. Power run game here. I'll be interested to see how this develops. And I would also take you one step further, and I pointed this out on the show before, but I'll point it out again. I think a lot of Clemson fans expected with Garrett Riley a wide open offense, a 5-spread, fun and gun, wide open, let's chunk the ball down the field 50 times a game offense. And that's not the offense Garrett Riley runs. I want you to go back to TCU last year. And I think a good chunk of the reason that not just Clemson fans believe that, I think a good chunk of the reason that most people believe that was because you looked at TCU in the playoff games, specifically in the Georgia game. Well, I got news. In those two games, they were playing not just excellent run defenses, but on top of playing excellent run defenses, they were either scoring points through the air against a weaker pass defense, or in the case of the Georgia game, getting their asses kicked, and their only option was to score points in a hurry out of desperation. For a lot of people, those were probably the only TCU games they watched last year, right? Did any of y'all tune into TCU Texas last year? I don't know why I had to say it like Texas, but here we are.
W.
You turn in to watch Garrett Riley's strategy against Texas. No, you didn't. All right? No, you didn't. Some of you did, but most of you didn't. I think a lot of people just assumed, based on what they saw in the playoffs, that TCU was going to be a spread wide open offense for Clemson. It's not. It's a 50% offense. And that's good because Moffa and Shipley got to be involved. But it is a blend of the two. It is a blend of a power run, a spread run, and a wide open passing game. I actually love Dabo calling it the dirt raid offense. I think that's beautiful. I think that's a great way to describe it, right? On the ground, through the dirt, and an air raid combined. So I don't know. I'll be interested to see if the offense looks like it is opened up further, because I think it did against Wake Forest. You just had issues in the red zone. Honestly, I think the offense looked the most Garrett Riley-ish against Syracuse a couple of weeks back. That 31-14 win. I think that was the most wide open-ish we've seen it as far as what I thought Garrett Riley's offense was going to look like. You're at Miami this weekend. Miami's best defensive strength is going to be at the point of attack. So I'm interested to see what the offense looks like. But I am going to say I very much trust Dabo Swinney on this one when he says, yes, he now has 100% control. If he does, I think Clemson covers the spread. If he doesn't, I think we're going to see an offense that just does not have a flow to it. When you got coaches arguing over the playbook going back and forth, there's no flow to an offense. I think that's been a big problem with Clemson so far this year. We'll find out if they got it fixed against Miami. But that's a few days away. A few seconds away is our Rob Brown Show Sports Flash with Lonzo, who is about to once again keep you up to date with the biggest stories in sports. And then we come back for the final hour of the Rob Brown Show. It all happens right after Lonzo does this.
Yeah. Let me do that thing. The Phillies look unbeatable as they downed Arizona 10-0 and took a 2-0 lead over the Diamondbacks last night. Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber hit home runs, while 7 different Phillies recorded an RBI in the win. Shaking the memory of a disappointing 3-1 loss to Germany last weekend, the U.S. men's soccer team pounded Ghana 4-0 in a friendly last night. After suffering a knee injury in the Jacksonville Jaguars win over the Colts last weekend, former Clemson quarterback Trevor Lawrence was spotted in a knee brace at practice yesterday. Lawrence says he believes it is possible he'll play Thursday night when the Jags play the New Orleans Saints. And they do that right here on the Fan Upstate starting at 7:30 tomorrow night. So make sure you tune into that. More Rob Brown Show to come right here on the Fan Upstate. Hardest part of the morning for me because I've got like 10 things I got to do like right after that. And it just, yeah. Oh, what are you doing? Rob just leaves and goes into the office and laughs at me listening to it. That's what he's doing. It's work, man. That's what it is. And if I stutter or mess up just a little bit, it's because my brain goes, oh, did I do that? I got to push that button. I hope that thing that I was supposed to do is actually there when I push the button. That's why people take years of college to do this job, which I didn't do. Ooh, why is that trending? Hopefully it's not for a bad thing. Oh, okay. That works. And a difficult trending day because everything's way too serious. But we're efforting. We got another hour. We got enough, probably. And then the thing, wow, that's trending. I wonder why. And you can't figure out why it's trending. That's the worst thing.
I love when things are trending just because they're trending.
Yeah, we're gonna have one of those.
Perfect.
Yes.
Just because somebody sends one tweet and then everybody's like, I want to talk about this.
All right, we're either late or we're short. We're gonna figure this out. Well, I guess I didn't have a chance to fix that because something skipped. Or am I just, I don't know what I'm doing. I quit.
Back to April 17th, 2023 and say, damn it, Rob Brown, you did this when you #disrespected. Bro, if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, this promo becomes gold, right? Becomes gold.
Why do you think it made a transition
to
the mornings with us? Because you went specific on the date. And so I will conveniently make sure that it stays alive till Super Bowl. Or if they lose in the playoffs, I'll just kill it then.
Exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing.
Saturday morning scramble on the Odyssey app, powered by Founders Federal Credit Union.
Except he's not yelling, Steven. He's not.
I have not yet begun to yell.
Good morning.
The final hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Yeah.
No, it's getting to you. It is.
I wasn't ready for that one.
No. Listen, you're not on your game. Tomorrow's going to be worse.
Tomorrow's going to be dramatically worse.
Tomorrow's going to be worse.
Dramatically worse.
No solid food for Rob today, and I think it's starting to hit him.
For those of you that are that did not listen to the first hour, this is going to be a very interesting week for me. Today, I expect to be one grouchy SOB because starting at the end of this radio broadcast, your boy's dietary restrictions become real. Tomorrow's going to be worse because tomorrow from start to finish, I'm on a clear liquid diet and all of that because coming up on Friday morning, I have to get a colonoscopy. Now, I tell you this for one reason and one reason alone, because I need the stigma of that procedure to go away. It's not a big deal. It doesn't threaten you or your manhood. Chill out. Stop being an alpha male and go get one. It's a big deal. All right? Colon cancer took my old man. I'd prefer it not to happen to, anybody else at all, ever. So go get the thing done. I am getting mine done on Friday morning. I will be off on Friday because I will be, I assume, very busy for the majority of the hours before that procedure.
I was going to say, you won't be busy.
I mean, correct.
You'll be going, oh, I'm so hungry. I don't normally eat breakfast, but I really want breakfast right now.
So my old man, obviously, as I just mentioned, had colon cancer, and he had to go this procedure when I was in high school. He had to go through this procedure.
Hey, when your dad was around, did you call him old man?
Oh, yeah, to his face.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, because I just couldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
What's up, old man? 100%. Yes. So
don't get any ideas, my children, if you happen to be listening.
what's up, Pappy? So the old man had to go through it, and I was living at home. I was in high school living at home when he had to go through this procedure. And more importantly, and what he would have told you was worse than the procedure itself, was the prep work, shall we call it, which is basically making sure that there is not an ounce of anything remaining inside of you leading up to this procedure, because, you know, they got to go up in there and then send a little camera probe up there to make sure you're good, make sure you're clear, make sure you're clean, right? So, which I hope I don't sound like. So anyway.
You'll be under anesthesia, so you might do that. No one will know it, but I mean, you won't know it.
We'll see. So anyway, I will be tomorrow on a clear liquid diet, and then Friday, that's what I get to spend my morning doing. And again, get rid of the stigma, go get it done. All right. It's not a big deal. I've not talked to anybody who has come out of it going, it was traumatic.
All right. So
You're not awake.
James says, I'm approaching 42 and I'm now filled with dread. I would tell you that I'm due for another one, but the last one I had was before the big eclipse. And so I watched the eclipse by myself at home because I just took the day off before. Because unlike Rob, I could not function during when I don't eat. It's ugly. So I just sat out in the woods, watched the eclipse, knowing that other people would see one the next day when I had the procedure done. It just, you know, there was
I didn't
that.
know where you were going with that, and you ended it perfectly.
But it wasn't actual. I did watch the eclipse. But I dreaded it the entire time, thinking, oh man, but I was going through a lot of stomach problems at the time. So I had to have an endoscopy and a colonoscopy. So the cameras met somewhere, probably. But the next day,
the ultimate ICU.
Yeah. Which luckily I didn't end up in afterwards because it's not that big of a deal. But it is necessary, and you need to do it, and don't be afraid of it. Anytime you go under anesthesia, I think there's a little bit of fear for some people.
Sure.
Definitely was for me. But the next day, after I ate a cheeseburger, I was fine.
I will tell you that I like the biggest concern, if there is one for me, the biggest concern for me is the anesthesia, and not even like the going under or coming out of it. It's the acting like an idiot when I do and saying dumb things that will haunt me forever. But
because he never does that on the radio.
Right. I don't make a career out of doing that to tens of thousands of people every day. No, I think the stigma's got to go away. I think it is what it is. I think everybody should do it because I would rather sound like an idiot babbling on under anesthesia than miss a diagnosis of something life-changing. All right? So just get it done. Get over it. You'll be fine. Texter said, Rob, I had the procedure back in February. It was my second time. Thursday is always the worst. You'll feel fine and hungry on Friday. Listen. Rob Brown's, as I've mentioned multiple times, trying to drop weight. I'm under 245 now. It's the first time I've been there in a while. Trying to drop weight. I get married in less than a year. I don't want to be the fat guy in a little coat at my own wedding. So I'm like, I got a year. And I'm not going to, usually when I've done the lose weight thing, it's been like chicken and rice for a month at a time. And I go down like 25, 30, 35 pounds. And this time I'm trying to approach it from the standpoint of like portion control. Like don't not eat the pizza. Just maybe only eat a slice instead of the pizza, right? Like maybe when you go get a sub, just get a 6-inch, don't get a 12-inch and jam the whole thing down like a Garfield cartoon.
With
You
chips
fatty.
and, other
Right.
stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And
Right.
the cookie.
Last night we made chili. You know what I did? I made the chili. I made myself one bowl of chili. And then before I ate that, I put all the rest of the chili away into the fridge so that if I wanted more, I would have to get it out, unwrap it, put it in a bowl, microwave it, put it back away, yada, yada, like make it a work. Blah, blah, blah. Point is, I'm trying to change the philosophy, not just the eating or don't eating part of it, right? But yada, 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 going through the process of losing a bunch of weight, which means that portion control and all that. And I have already told the lady friend, I need you to know that Friday night, I am going to eat like I've never eaten before. I am going to destroy everything. The Uber Eats guy is going to be on a first name basis with me on Friday. All right. By the time we're done, I might invite him just to come hang out at the house because that's all we're doing. Right. On Saturday.
Yeah, but if he's hanging, he can't go get you more food. So maybe that's
True.
not a good idea.
On Saturday, from noon to 4, while I'm doing Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL network, I've already warned Mario and Cody Decker, hey, I'm going to be eating during every commercial break. Every one of them. Because I can't
Why
wait
not?
for it.
Why not just do it on the air? I mean,
I try to pretend to be a professional, right?
Yeah, like they're going to care, like they're going to chastise you. They understand the pain you're in.
So anyway, blah, blah, blah. Gentlemen, go get the procedure done. Just go get yourself scoped, all right? Because I promise you, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a big deal. Take the stigma off of that procedure, get it done, and don't risk missing a life-altering diagnosis because of something silly. All right? Please and thank you. Let's get some sports in here, shall we? I mean, it feels like the right thing to do here on this sports radio broadcast. So, we have talked a little Clemson. We talked some South Carolina. If you missed it back in the first hour, we discussed Shane Beamer, who apparently after the loss to Florida kicked something and broke his foot. I think the concept of labeling this guy an unquestionable failure.
Oh my gosh, he's out of control, Rob. He is out. How in the world is he still the coach of South Carolina? He is out of control. We've seen it before. We've seen him being out of control before, and this is more proof that he hit it for a while, but now we see the true Shane Beamer coming out. How dare he be emotional? Got to go.
Yeah.
Got to go.
I don't think we need to spend a ton of time on this again, but I am going to say something about it because it's my show and I want to. Dude, my guy, after taking an L, and by the way, an L that is very disappointing, right? I don't think I found a Gamecock fan yet who's like, yeah, I'm good with the L. It happens. Florida's way better than us. Like, no, none of that's true. A very disappointing L. And frankly, if you asked me to put together a list of the failures of Shane Beamer's time in Columbia, that is towards the top of the list. All right. You're up 10 inside of 5 minutes to play. That's absolutely a failure. I don't know what other word I could use to describe it if I had to. So in a moment of failure, and after the failure is complete, this is what I said earlier in the show. One of the most difficult things in the existence of a human being for most of us, especially someone who's wildly competitive, to the point that everything becomes a competition. If you're like, I don't know, Zoe and I assume Shane Beamer, when you fail, and that failure becomes final, you have failed and there is nothing you can do about it. Like, for instance, when the final whistle of a football game blows and that score goes in the record books, that is history. It's done. It's over. There's nothing you can do about it. You got to stare it in the face and you got to own it. And that is tough to do for a human being. It really is. So, in that moment, in that second, for some people, I can certainly say for me without a doubt, For some people, we lash out because for most of us, in the moment where you are competing for a dub, the logical, rational side of your brain is in charge. And when you take the L instead, the fight or flight response comes out. And some people handle it very well, and some people don't. And in this case, he didn't handle it well, right? But here's the other side of it. If my dude went into his office and kicked the crap out of his desk, or Bruce Lee karate chopped through it and never told anybody, you wouldn't know, right? You wouldn't know. Has Shane Beamer cussed at his football team publicly? Nah. Did he come out and tell off the referees? Nah. Did he come out and blame it on his coaching staff? Nah. Now, I will say this. I do think, and this is if you want to take a criticism out of everything that's happened over the last 4 days in Columbia, South Carolina, here's one. The one that I've seen floating around that I think has a better grasp on reality is that there is a tendency for Shane Beamer to find reasons that his team lost in certain spots, right? It was the chain gang one game. They were in the back eating hot dogs, which, by the way, was true. This one, it was we called blitzes or pressures, and the guys didn't blitz or pressure, right? And at some point, I do think that there has to be the acknowledgement that the buck stops at the top, at least when it comes to stuff relating to the football team. There's not much Shane Beamer can do about a chain gang not coming out of the half in time and it resetting their plans to start the second half with an onside kick or whatever. But when it comes to the stuff that happens within the football program, yeah, the buck stops at the top. If you're calling pressures and your guys aren't running them, that is still on you for either not getting the calls to the guys, getting calls to the guys that they don't understand, getting calls to the guys that they can't do because they're not good enough, or getting calls to the guys that they just outright reject and don't do it, right? Whatever the outcome, whatever the reality of that situation there is, it's on you as a coach. So if you want to beat the guy up by saying he's not being accountable for L's, you can do that. That's on you. And that's a criticism I would have to actually argue with you. I don't feel compelled to argue with Shane kicked something and broke his foot, therefore he's a failure. Dude, he's obviously an emotional guy. Here's the reality. South Carolina wouldn't be the spot they're in if he wasn't an emotional guy. The emotion of Shane Beamer is what has caused this surge in culture around Columbia. Can you get really excited if your head coach comes out and talks like this? No, probably not. You know what built the culture at Alabama? Nick Saban's personality. Now, does he have the same personality as Shane Beamer? Hell no. But you know what he does has? He's got that gruff, individualistic, unceasing aggression personality. Bama fans have adopted that. That's why they're obnoxious. I love them. They're fun, but they're obnoxious. You know what built the personality in Columbia? Shane's personality. The excitement comes from, as Mark Stoops is happy to point out, the dumb sunglasses and the dancing in the locker room. Shane Beamer started the whole hashtag welcome home thing. Now there's banners hanging on the outside of Willie B that say that. All of that stuff that is building in Columbia is building because of Shane's personality. That personality is very passionate from what we can tell. Again, we can only tell you as much as we know. But from the folks I've talked about, including Emily Adams, who's going to join us tomorrow, the passion of Shane Beamer is very obvious. It is what triggers other passionate people, other people with personality and hype. I also know that there are a lot of South Carolina fans right now, predominantly older fans, who believe that college football is very serious business-like approach, that don't love that out of Shane Beamer. They don't like that aspect of his personality. It's not fun to them. And to those people, I would respond with, I don't want to go overboard here. He got hype. He had a moment of weakness where that passion took over the sensible part of his brain. And he did something dumb.
I believe sensical is a word. I'm not sure it applies.
I'm going to pretend it does, so I sound less dumb. He made a dumb decision to kick something. Like I said, I think Shane is probably more concerned about teaching his kids why that's a bad plan than it is, Rob Brown in Greenville, South Carolina has a problem with it, which, by the way, I don't.
By the way, sensical is defined as shows internal logic. Rational.
It actually makes more sense than what I said.
It did.
Nailed it, just like I intended.
Way to go, you.
So, blah, 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 blah. I can't. I won't. I don't understand how somebody can take Shane kicked the desk or whatever it was and broke his foot and turn that into he doesn't have the temperament to be a successful head coach. I don't see it. I don't get it. I don't agree with it. It doesn't make sense to me at all. Let's take a break. When we come back, I got two stories I want to run through. Team USA gets a 4-0 win last night over Ghana. Did we overreact to the L against Deutschland a few days ago?
Who's we?
Me.
Okay.
Did I
all right.
overreact to the L against Deutschland from a couple of days ago? Did they get right last night? We'll talk about that. And ESPN has put out their top 10 NBA players list. I'm going to give you the top 4 or 5, and we'll see if there are any that you think are too high or too low as we are just days away from the start of the NBA season. It's coming up next on The Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. Ooh, that one stung. Yeah, the Deion's foot story is very interesting. I gotta sneeze. Hang on. There we go. Ugh, that was rough, dude.
Wow. So glad I was back in the room for that. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Y'all good? Everybody good?
Not going to apologize for the outburst. Did you what?
I had a drink.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Lemonade. Did I leave it at the office? Like a dummy.
I don't know what that is, Roger.
That is what I'll be drinking when I get home tonight.
I try not to look at that stuff, Trey, because it's like, you know, I didn't used to be squeamish when it comes to that stuff, but I am now. Maybe it's empathy. That's what it is. Odyssey has invited me to work on their business on Facebook.
Cool.
I probably should accept that. I'm not gonna, because, you know, why do I want to do that for? Actually, I will click on that later, because who knows, it'll probably take like 25 hours to do whatever it is. And I'm behind on my university studies and just noticed there's a new module today. So I might want to sit down and do 2 of those. You ever use the term ride or die?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I guess it's just because I'm old.
Sometimes you got to have a ride or die.
What is a ride or die? What is that? For the elderly such as myself, the exact definition of a ride or die. Well, you should make sure everything is nice and clean before the procedure for sure. Because that would be embarrassing, you know. Improper hygiene.
Improper hygiene.
I'm sure that would be spoken about. Remember that radio guy was in there? Dude doesn't own a washcloth or a loofah, or I don't know what's going on. Do you use a loofah, Rob?
I do use a loofah.
I think everyone wants to know.
Yes,
That's well, I don't think you could be a hipster and not use a loofah.
I don't know why you would not use a loofah.
No, it's like, is there a place that hipsters go to buy their loofahs?
I don't think loofahs are a hipster thing. I think loofahs.
They're not exclusively a hipster thing, but I don't think you can be a hipster and not use a loofah.
I don't know that is a stereotype I'm aware of. Hipsters and loofahs.
I just made it up like wrestling beards.
Okay, got it.
I'm just imagining that's the thing, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, last night, the United States men's national soccer team went up against Ghana and won 4-0. Good. They should. Now, I am not someone who goes in for the FIFA World Rankings. I think the FIFA World Rankings are largely bunk.
Hey, me either. I don't go in for that.
I know, Lonzo. That's what brings the world together. I think the FIFA World Rankings are bunk. I think there are better rankings out there that you can pay attention to. So I don't get caught up in them, but I do think that they are generally accurate, like ranges of teams. And the Americans in the FIFA World Rankings entered last evening's contest ranked 11th in the world. Ghana was like 70 or something. Yeah, you should beat them, and you should beat them pretty comfortably. And we did. So my question mark here was and is, did those of us who give a darn, did we overreact to the loss against Germany? And I'm going to stand by my response of no, I don't think it was an overreaction at all. I think it was the correct reaction. I'm going to say first and foremost that the resumption of duties for one Gregiga Berhalter comes with a higher set of expectations. You have had this opportunity once before. You did, in my opinion, fail. Now, I'm going to say the bar is not set at World Cup win or bust. I am not going to say that it's either be the best on the international stage or you're a failure, because the reality is there is a unique uphill set of challenges to face coaching soccer in America that you don't face in England or Italy or Spain or Germany or any of the top soccer countries in the world, Spain, Portugal, yada, yada, yada. I think there's a unique set of challenges that make that job difficult for whoever is in the office. What I do expect is gradual growth. What I do expect is gradual ascension in the game and gradual ascension in our standing in the world rankings, regardless of which world rankings that you are paying attention to. I expect domination of Ghana. I expect domination of every island nation in CONCACAF. We should not be going 1-1 draws with Trinidad and Tobago. We should not be going 1-1 draws with Costa Rica. We should not be going 1-1 draws with countries who have a national population smaller than that of the island of Manhattan. It shouldn't be happening. Here is my problem, and here is what I thought we showed against Germany. What we showed was the exact opposite of what I expect. What I expect is ascension. What we got was regression. Early in that game against Germany, it looked like we had finally decided to start working on a one-forward tactic that took advantage of the new strength of this team. That is the 4 men up front. Pulisic, Balogun, McKinney, whatever combination, Reyna, whatever combination you want to throw up there. That's the strength. This team needs to be a team that is built to score goals now. Yes, we need a solid back line. Yes, we need better midfield play. Tyler Adams not being out there is a big deal. We need to be a team that is winning games 4-2, 4-3. We need to be scoring goals. That's where the talent lies right now. And I think any good coach worth his salt will tell you that you coach towards the strength of your team while covering up its weaknesses. I think we can do that. So we went out up against Germany earlier in this game, and Pulisic scored early against Deutschland. We're up 1-0. And on top of that, the aggressive offensive attack that put us up 1-0 really had the Germans on the back foot and on the back foot for a good chunk of the first half. And then for whatever reason, Greg Gaga did what so many other coaches in multiple sports do. They went, oh, now that the thing that we were doing that worked, let's stop doing the thing that worked and do something different. Instead, Lonzo, at the end of football contest, when teams have built up a one-score lead and the other team has the football, defenses sometimes decide to drop back and now play prevent defense. And there's an old expression attached to that. Do you know what that expression is?
Well, prevent defense is stupid. So, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it might as well be it. The expression is prevent defense prevents you from winning, because all game long.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. But I am absolutely fine in replacing that phrase with prevent defense is stupid, right? You are winning a game. You have played better football while playing a specific defense against this team. And now you are telling me that at the end of the game, when it matters the most that your defense works, you're going to play not that defense, not the defense that got you a lead, not that you're going to play not that defense. It's the same thing, but the soccer version of it. And the problem I have is that Greg doesn't even wait till the last few minutes of the game. He gets a 1-0 lead, and then he changes everything that we did. And then it stops being a coordinated tactical attack, and it turns to, hey, everybody come back here. And then when we get the ball, then we're just going to run forward, kick it ahead, and see what happens. The problem is you don't necessarily have a pure individualistic striker with individual creativity up front. What you have is a very good front four. You have one true striker who is opportunistic. We saw that last night. You have Reyna, who is maybe the most creative man on the ball that we have in one-on-one. You have Pulisic, who's a great finisher, but more important, an excellent setup guy in the box. And we didn't use any of them. And then last night, the mentality changed. Last night, we kept the press. Why did we keep the press? I've got a theory. I don't know it to be a fact, but I've got a theory. For the 8th time this show, speculation's what we do. I got a theory that Greg didn't coach that game like he was afraid. Greg said, we're just better than them. We are better than them. We are more talented than them. So let's go pour it on. Right? And I don't think he did that against Deutschland. I don't think he did that against Germany. I think against Germany, Greg got scared. I think against Germany, once we had a lead, Greg went, oh, they are also very good and can score at any moment. So let's do what we need to do to stop that. As opposed to, here's the thing. A 1-0 win is worth the same amount in international competitive play. A 1-0 win is worth the same amount of points as a 4-3 win. A 1-0 win is worth the same amount of points as a 15-14 win. Right? If Germany scores, if you score twice, it doesn't matter. If Germany scores twice and you scored 3 times, it doesn't matter. The strength of this team is up front. The strength of this team is in the attack. It's a good defense, but the strength's in the attack. Trust the back line to do their duty. I'm just going to keep saying that as many times as I can because James lost his mind. Trust the back line to do what they're supposed to do, to perform their assignment. And trust the front line to do what they're supposed to do and perform theirs. Because once you start telling one side or the other to get involved with the other, you lose the shape of this team. Last night I thought was the single most efficient we have looked in a number of weeks. I think you go back to when we had a couple of different interim coaches coaching this team. And I felt like those guys were doing a better job than Greg because there wasn't a panic if the other team scored. Instead, it was, let's get it back. Let's use the strengths of this team. Let's use the upfront play of this team, our advantage, our weapons, our athletes up front, and go win the game. Against Germany, it felt like, at least to me, we had fallen back into the old trap of, let's not lose the game. Anybody who coaches to not lose the game is going to lose the game. Now, the question is not, did Rob overreact to the L? Question is not, did Rob go off too hard on Greg Gaga after the drop to Germany? The question is, did Greg learn the lesson from Germany? Is that enough to change Greg's mentality to, if they score, so what? We're going to score again. Because I hope that it did. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Last segment's up next. Top 10 NBA player list is out. Who's number 1? Do they deserve to be there? More importantly, does number 2 deserve to jump number 1, considering number 2 is currently holding a trophy? We'll address that when we come back, as we're just days away from the start of the NBA season on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I love Beamer, but let's be very clear. We just blew it this year with arguably the most talented QB USC has ever had. You're telling me this is the best O-line and defense we can muster up. Yeah, I think that's I think that is a very fair take, Seb.
You're not going to convince me that Connor Shaw is still not the best quarterback in the history of South Carolina. It's not going to convince me of that. He also had wins, which we know is a major quarterback stat.
The only quarterback set that matters, according to some people.
Texter said, so you can drink vodka and gin Friday? I don't drink gin. Gin is gross. It's like licking a pine tree, and I don't understand it.
Wait.
The
How do you
botanicals.
know what licking a pine tree is like?
Dude, if you drink gin, you'll know what licking a pine tree is
Okay,
like.
if you
It
say
just
so.
tastes. You know how pine smells? Okay, just take that smell and make it a taste, and that's gin.
Okay, I give you that, Seb. I will give you that. Definitely talented, especially this year. And he made the right move coming back. Right now, where does Rattler go in the NFL draft? Second round, maybe?
Probably early second.
Or even third round, which
No, I don't think he'd
which
fall
would
that
be
far.
better than what he would have been last
In
year.
an NFL quarterback-driven league, he's not going to the third. I could say early second if there's a team that
Who are the top 4 quarterbacks next year for the draft?
Penix. Let's see. Drake May. Caleb Williams. These are not in order. And you know who could come out this year? Shador Sanders. Take a flyer on Shador.
I think he's still kind of lean. Don't you think he's kind of lean? Like he needs to put on some more
I don't think he's
muscle.
any less lean than Caleb Williams is.
Okay, we'll see, Seb. You know what? I hope you're right. I don't know about that, but I mean, it also depends on how many teams need quarterbacks, and I think maybe he's a guy who would benefit from sitting behind someone for a little while to acclimate to how the NFL plays. But although he is playing in a pro-style offense from a guy who, you know, was a coordinator for like the NFL for a long time. Oh, there it is. There it is. Make that noise that you just made when you, there it is. Okay.
Usually accompanied by a finger gun. Here's a question for y'all, real quick. And I'm going to get to the NBA topic here in just mere seconds from now. But before I do, we were going out to break. We got into a conversation off the air, which you can watch the stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, Twitch by searching and subscribing to The Rob Brown Show, and YouTube by searching and subscribing to The Fan Upstate. So we were talking as we went off the air because Seb popped in to the stream. And Seb said, and I quote, I love Beamer, but let's be very clear. We just blew it this year with arguably the most talented quarterback USC has ever had. You're telling me this is the best O-line and defense we could muster up? ? To which Lonzo responded by saying he does not believe that Spencer Rattler is the best quarterback SC's ever had. He said he believes it to be Connor Shaw. Seb responded and said, talented, not best, Alonzo. There is a difference. Rattler has more talent than Shaw. Doesn't mean Shaw isn't the best QB in the school's history. So this is an interesting conversation, right? Because I don't think there has been a more talented quarterback to ever don the black block C than Spencer Rattler. I don't disagree with that at all. ? Is that what we would use to define him as the best? Because I would say you can make the argument that Connor Shaw is the most successful quarterback. But is he the best? If I gave you the chance right now to replace Spencer Rattler with Connor Shaw this season. Are you taking it?
Yes.
I can't do it.
Yes, I would. Because of consistency and because of a lot of other intangibles. But yeah, I
Do you
would.
believe that Spencer Rattler has been inconsistent this year? Because I don't. I think I could find a lot of faults with this Gamecock program, but Spencer Rattler is not one of them at all. At all. So I'm going to say the answer to that would be no.
This is much like the Tom Brady versus Joe Montana or Jordan and LeBron. It's according to taste. But if you look at records and you look at passing yards and all that kind of stuff, I believe Connor Shaw was a better quarterback. But Spencer Rattler definitely is talented, but he's very inconsistent throughout his career. Connor Shaw was not.
I think you've got a couple.
He's having a really good year. He is.
I mean,
A really good year.
A great year.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if Spencer Rattler
But
was
not
playing
enough
this way-
wins to get attention by everybody.
Correct. If I dropped this Spencer Rattler into Georgia's team, he's winning a Heisman this year, or at least he's in that conversation. Michael Penix probably still wins it, but Spencer Rattler is in the conversation.
By the way, we say Rattler because Shane
That's how he
Beamer,
said it.
Shane Beamer, who was on this program, said it that way. So,
So I think that I think that's interesting. I don't necessarily think we need to spend a ton of time on it because I think you're right. I think it does harken back to the Brady conversation because if your measure of a quarterback is wins and success, then Brad Johnson was a better quarterback than Dan Marino. And I don't think any of us are going to go on that bus.
yeah, Dan Marino was such a bust. He's people. Oh, do you remember just because he never won anything? So he's the guy. If you're known for never winning anything, are you known? I guess you're famous for something.
I'm going to disagree.
Wow, he never won anything, so
Dan
he's famous
Marino-
for that.
Dan Marino was known as being an
And his commercials are not that good either.
outstanding quarterback who was placed on a bunch
He has a
of
nice
very
tan though. He does that really well.
bad teams placed around him that prevented him from winning anything.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
But when you talk about the best quarterback to never win it all, he's the first name that comes up. So that's what he's famous for never winning it all.
I think you're looking at a conversation at a surface level and not interpreting what that conversation.
Oh, I'm
actually
absolutely
is.
interpreting
Yes,
what
Dan
it
Marino-
is.
Dan Marino.
Would you
is-
rather be famous for that? For being the guy who never won it all? Is that the fame you want?
I'm about to answer you. Dan Marino is famous because he never won anything. Correct. But the conversation is Dan Marino was that damn good and never won anything because of the teams that were built around him. Because here's the reality. Archie Manning is another guy like that. Archie Manning was an incredible quarterback. Archie Manning statistically has no right having the career numbers that he had based on, and I can tell you this as a fan, based on the absolute pile of boat that he was surrounded with year in and year out as a quarterback of the Saints. He had no right. If he would have been placed into the position of a Terry Bradshaw, Archie Manning would have as many rings as Tom Brady. He was that damn good. But he was placed behind an offensive line that couldn't have blocked a high school. They were that atrocious, right? So I don't think it is Dan's
like a
known
whole high
as the
school
guy
or
who
just a-
didn't win anything. I think it's Dan is known as a great quarterback who was placed in an impossible position. And that is how I view Spencer Rattler
All
right
right. Dan is known as a guy who didn't win anything. And you can put all the other stuff around it because you want to brace your argument, but when that's what he's famous for. That's what he's famous for. And Rattler, depending on what he does in the NFL, is going to be famous for being someone who couldn't hang in the first place that he played college-wise, came here, did mediocre, and then had a really good season. That doesn't make him the best to ever play there.
Texter says, is Lonzo seriously questioning whether or not Dan Marino was a legendary quarterback? Yes, he is.
He's
No.
no. He's legendary for never winning it all. That's what he is.
No.
No, this bugs me. It's like you got to defend. You got to defend Dan Marino. Oh no, you can't say anything bad about Dan Marino. Yeah, I can. He never won anything. That makes him a loser. Okay, that makes him. I'm famous because I didn't win it all, which means you're famous for being a loser. But if you want to defend a loser, you go right ahead. So yeah, I'm completely serious about that.
Well, we're not saying you're not serious. We're saying you're very.
You know what I did that Dan Marino didn't do? Won trophies. Thank you.
So, no is the response to all of that. No.
Yeah, you can go with the tone you're using and everything, but that doesn't mean you're right. Dan Marino is famous for being a loser.
No, he's not. He is not famous for being a loser. He is famous
What do you win?
For being as good as he was. If being a quarterback was an individual sport, Dan Marino would be in the top 10 all time. If it relied on no one but Dan Marino, he would be a legend. But football is not played by one guy alone. It is played by 11 dudes on offense and 11 on
Okay,
defense.
so Tom Brady doesn't deserve any of the accolades that he's gotten because, it's a team sport. It's not an individual. So you cannot label him as the greatest quarterback of all time. You got to say that he was a really good quarterback on really great teams.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because there are a lot of other really great quarterbacks that were on very good teams and did not do it to the level Brady did. This is a ridiculous argument.
Not ridiculous.
First off, Texter says Lonzo Dan Marino is also famous for Ace Ventura, which is correct. He is also famous for Something About Mary, which he had a hilarious cameo in. Dan Marino's great.
So losers can act. Good for him.
I need y'all to have a talk with Lonzo. All right. I need y'all to have a talk with Lonzo because he's missed the point entirely.
You're right, James. He is no Todd Blackledge.
Ladies and gentlemen, noted better than Dan Marino quarterback Brad Johnson, who Lonzo, according to this argument, would take above Dan Marino.
Also Trent Dilfer, winner. I mean, we can keep going. Doug Washington. Why am I forgetting his last name?
Yeah, no, he's better than Dan Marino. The guy whose name you can't remember.
Yeah, I don't even have to remember it.
Yeah,
but,
no, of course, because he's better than Dan Marino. He's more famous.
Well, yeah, because he's famous for winning and not
he's
being
so
a
famous
loser.
you can't remember his name, but he's better than Dan Marino.
They say it's good to be famous. It doesn't matter for what. And I'm glad Dan Marino's got his fame for being a loser. Doug Williams, thank you, James. I don't know why that just went out the back. Because of Rob's tone. It made me forget. Because it's Lonzo, you simpleton tone. Which I hear, from other people on occasion, and you're thinking I'm just saying that this is a hot take thing. I don't do that. We're on in the morning, not the afternoon. I don't do that. Well, you cannot say my take is a wrong take.
Yes, I can, and I am right now.
What's he famous for?
Dan Marino
Famous.
being a legendary
He's
quarterback.
famous for not winning it all.
Yes, and that is why we all sit here and celebrate. And you see people wearing.
Quit saying we all.
You all see Jeff Hostetler jerseys around town. Because he won a Super Bowl.
Noted winner.
So better than Dan Marino.
Yeah, but see, one thing he didn't do is not win because you can be famous for not winning, hence Dan Marino. The most famous loser in the world, apparently.
What VX is going on right now?
It's way too early for that.
No,
I don't. It is.
I got to get off this topic. My blood pressure is going through the roof, and I have a medical procedure in 2 days. I have to be very careful.
So it's because you haven't
says
ate yet.
It's not a hot take. It's an absolute dog boat take. That's a terrible, terrible take.
All right.
Terrible.
What's
take.
he famous for then?
Another texter just says, "Stop."
What's he famous for then? Just tell me what he's famous for then.
Did. You just refuse to accept it as reality. You have decided your reality is reality. So
my realities are
I've got a text line full of
W's and
people
L's.
telling you're wrong, and you're like, "No, I'm right."
It's just the same number over and over again. That's fine.
All right.
Ray was around at 6 and he's around now. Good for you, Ray.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
What the?
Time to ask Rob what the X is going on, if he can figure it out through his haze of disappointment.
Very disappointed.
Yeah, I don't really
I
care.
expected better.
I don't care. You're due for more disappointment until you trade me. All right, the first thing that's Xing is grape nuts.
What? Grape nuts?
Yes.
Grape nuts. I don't.
You know the breakfast cereal?
Yeah, no, I know. Like, I know what they are.
You know, things are Xing about what is the worst cereal ever created, and grape nuts apparently has been trending because of that.
You guys know why cornflakes were invented? I learned this the other day. Why cornflakes were invented? Cornflakes were invented as a easily distributed, easily edible, not dirty treat from a I don't know how to say this without getting in trouble, so I don't care. From an uber religious guy who wanted kids to stop self-pleasuring. So he took cornflakes and he frosted them and gave them, and that would be their way to distract you.
I don't believe this for a second, and I am not looking it up though. But you know, that's why you're the Xer and I'm not. So
according to Mental Floss, this was
Mental Floss. Well
they were
known.
invented by John Harvey Kellogg, a physician and devout Seventh-day Adventist in Battle Creek, Michigan, who invented cornflakes in order to prevent the youth of America from experimenting in adult recreational time, including self-adult recreational
that just
time.
Doesn't even make any sense. I mean, it's okay. All right. Can we move on? Because that makes no sense. It just doesn't.
I just like making people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, the next thing that's Xing is Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry Xing. Chuck Berry, another guy in the exhibition hall of guys that you have to separate art from artists.
Exhibition. You just
okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Way to go.
Chuck Berry, of course. I'm assuming, are we talking about Chuck Berry, the legendary guitar player, Mr. Johnny B. Good himself?
We are. I said Chuck Berry, not Chuck Barris. Who, by the way, people don't know is a totally different guy. This is one of those, he's trending just because it would have been his birthday. So he's trending for no other reason than it would have been his birthday.
Hey, listen, Chuck Berry was amongst the, first off, I think he was either like the first or one of the first to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And Chuck Berry was one of the reasons that the electric guitar became the foundational instrument of rock and roll. There would be no rock and roll without Chuck Berry.
And finally, Pacheco is trending.
As in Isaiah?
Yes. Some sports guy said the Chiefs could do better than Pacheco.
I mean,
I guess they haven't seen him run before.
LaDainian Tomlinson? I mean, I think he's retired.
Yeah, I believe, and he should be because he's old.
Texas said Marino is famous for being a Hall of Famer, Lonzo.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Texas said, grape nuts, Chuck Berry, self-pleasure, happy hump day. That's how we end the show. Have a good one, everybody. See you back here tomorrow to do it all over again on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. Excellent work to that texter. Excellent work to that texter. All right, dudes and dudettes. I have an 11 o'clocker today, so I got to get rolling. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your afternoon. We will see you back here tomorrow.
Dan Marino sucks.
You see what I put up with all day, people?
No, he doesn't. He'll be out of here in an hour. I'll still be here.
I have to put up with for the next 23 minutes ish. Have a good one. Goodbye.